Hello, hello, hello! How's everyone doing today? Hope you all are doing well. We're going to be doing some more Space Engineer Survival today. As long as everything works correctly. There we go. Alright. Yeah, we'll be doing some Space Engineer Survival. Hoping to actually get into space this time. Well, maybe get into space. It's a 50-50 on whether we get into space or not. I really don't know. I have somewhat of a plan. What I want to do is I want to create a small block ship capable of carrying some of my cargo containers that I have designed. So I started doing a design, but I think I've just way too much. Lovely. This is C. I'm going to continue with the C version of this world. For now, I believe C was created, so this will give me an idea on what it was I was doing before we stopped playing last time. Because I don't remember. I play this game and so many other games so frequently that I just forget what I do, and yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to get some stuff working. One of the things that I kind of want to do is I want to create a system or a version of everything based off of a couple of things that I've seen recently. So I want to redesign my base a bit and get a couple of other things set up, which will be pretty cool, but maybe a little bit more difficult than I think. But who knows? But yeah, part of the goal of this will be to create a base, where everything can kind of happen. So we'll have like a living quarters section where maybe there might also be the med bay. There's its own little building over the main base, and yeah. I got one of two designs that I want to try, either for main base, but for now I think we'll work on the ship, because I think that's what I was working on last time, and I need to remember exactly where I left off on doing that, because I don't remember. Yeah. How's everyone doing? Yeah, I'm excited. I think things will go well. I just need to remember where I left off and why I left off at that point. I remember where I left off. Okay. Yeah. This was why I stopped. Okay, I remember now. It was this stupid thing with the... How many of these stupid, cargo containers are there? There's 1, 2... I think this thing carries 8 of these things. Yeah, this was... Yeah. That's why I stopped. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to redesign the whole idea behind the thing, so I'm going to leave that alone. The numbers that I found are useful to know, but I think I'm going to leave that alone. Because instead, what I'm going to do, if I just come up here and do... Oh, and then I look at... Come on. Load the rest of it. Load the other stuff, please. Either way. When it loads, I'd be able to actually check what I want to see. Oh, come on. Okay, that's home. Here's the thing. Now it'll do it. Oh, there we go. Now I have it all. I just had to kind of force it to do it. So that's fine. Yeah, wait. Here it is. The, cargo hauler. I think if I'm going to do cargo, I think I'm going to try to design it similar to the way that this thing has it. This thing carries 6 of its cargo pods. I am going to try to go something somewhat similar with the design of my own. Let me just rotate it horizontally, spawn it in just so I can look at it. Yeah, so it just kind of has the connections for the cargo pods in between. I think I'm going to go something similar, but it's going to be this sort of structure underneath of the main vehicle, I think. So I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm going to kind of go that with the other bit of the vehicle on top of it. I think. Because this works well for a ship that's not meant to carry anybody. Because this is entirely basically a cargo barge, basically. Okay. So I know what I'm going to be doing now. Time to exit to the main menu and load into the actual survival world and not that creative one. That way I can design the ship according to the new idea, because the previous idea was not great. So, we'll load the game. believe it should be under S. So we have test, S, and C as all copies of the same world at different stages. Alright. Yeah, so we're gonna go load back into S. And then, yeah, I think what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try to make sure that it functions well. That's gonna be the fun part. Because this base is going to be very large. Very large. But, yeah. I definitely have a good idea on kind of how I think I want the base to look, and how I want the ship to look. So that'll be great. I think this will be one of the first times I'm designing a ship in survival that's intended to be blown around a bit more than the previous design was. We'll still be going with the small grid, but yeah, I think I'm going to try to go a little bit more gazanty with it. So it'll be good. I think we'll probably be going, giving the thing probably cheek-mounted guns. The main goal will be to try to create a ship that is capable of going into space and tackling at least light combat missions or sniping things off of everything. So, alright, let's see how everything was when I was still trying to go with this design while I was in survival. I'm going to scrap this. I do want to keep in mind the inner diameter being 1 block, so 5. But it all needs to go. Actually, I think the easiest way to get all this to go would probably be... I don't know what the easiest way would be to get this to just disappear. I think I'll, yeah, we're just gonna... Come on, game, please. We're just gonna kind of snip... Oh, come on. As we just kind of drop chunks of this to the ground. Oh, everything else was being held up right along this barrier. Good. I hate having to scrap the base pieces, because everything is colored with the base color. And so I can't just tell it to, yeah. I can't just tell it to get rid of anything painted the base color. And I can't recolor these because they're not... Yeah. They're annoying, but... We'll scrap everything and it should end up pretty well. I'll leave this beam... Oh. That might be pretty nice. Alright, I think I'll have to check on something real quick. Let me just... I think we may end up going to a multiplayer game instead of continuing Space Engineers, but... Or maybe even doing multiplayer Space Engineers, who knows? Let's see. Yeah, I'll just need to scrap all this, and then we'll have to see. Be fun. Yeah.
Inventory full.
Fine, let me just re-weld up all of these. This is a lot of wasted potential, but it's too big for what would be a light cargo. I think 3 or 4 might be the size for the light cargo version of the cargo
Inventory
carrier.
full.
Come on. Okay.
Inventory full.
God dang it. Okay. Let's get it going. Unload all the inventory. Apparently I had a lot of things that weren't necessary components. Let's see here. Good. All right. Let's here. Just grab it all. All right. Let's scrap.
Energy low.
I will lose some of this, but that's fine. I didn't really like the fact that happened, but we'll deal with it later. Really should have gotten a grinding ship to do this, but oh well. Okay, let's remove all the wasted pieces. Okay. That's not what I wanted. Roll that back up.
Energy critical.
I know it is. I'm just gonna continue until I get low energy again. Shoot. There we go. That's somewhat annoying. 2, that requires me to get energy. Alright. Let me just clear a spoon. Something real quick. Alright. Do I have other fuel? In fact, I have that, so I can make this work if I need to. Yo. Right, I'll be right back. I gotta go grab another power bank so I can keep a version and stuff. But I'll be right back. There we go. We're back. We'll just quickly go do this. If he does want to play, I'll make sure to do this. Yes. Alright, if he does want to play this with me, then that'll be pretty nice. I'll just have to do a few small changes. Basically just making sure to convert from a single player to a friends world. Ooh, well. Alright. Boom. So, edit settings. And we'll just turn it to friends. Max players. If he wants to, of course. I don't know what else he might want to play, so we'll see that. Yeah, I don't know if he wants to play anything else, so yeah. might be being joined with somebody would be nice. Well, it will mean that I'll have to set up some of the more, I'm gonna consider it jankier, janky versions of everything. It'll be fun if we can make it work, but it'd be quite janky if we did. This may be made quite janky. But who knows? I guess things go. Alright. Bum 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 ba bum 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 ba bum 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 ba bum 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 bum. Alright. Man, uh everything's gonna go well, hopefully. I'm quite excited. Hopefully things work out in a manner that I hope they can. Um yeah. Hopefully everything works out. Okay. Yeah. So much scrap.
Inventory full.
No, don't grind you. Get. There we go. I always hate trying to get rid of those because it always gets rid of more than I would like. But, alright. Yeah, I do think I can come up with a much better design for ship. That'll be much nicer. Just
Inventory
need to
full.
keep track of certain
Inventory
details. Alright. We'll get rid of that. And just. Well, that happened. Alright, we're just gonna grind down everything we can reach. This takes so long, but I think it's quite cool. Alright. And now we get to do the fun part of just grinding this all to dust. Everything goes away. All the old design just vanishes. So much better at doing building and creative than I am survival, but I've knocked out yet another of the blocks, which sucks. But we'll have to replace those afterward when all the rest is. Yeah. So many holes in this stupid thing. So many holes. Alright, let's continue the process of scrapping the old design. I really wish this was a quicker process, but it can't be quicker unless I got the, yeah, I've got the nanobot build and repair system. That uses up quite a decent amount of, what are they called? Yeah, the nanobot build and repair uses a significant amount of energy, which I just don't have the ability to create at the moment. It's unfortunate, but it is just the way that goes. Alright, is that it? I think I might have finally gotten rid of everything that I didn't want now. Alright, passage, good. I believe the only ones that were gotten rid of were these. Perfect. Oh, I did get rid of another one of those that I didn't realize. 6. Frick, I need more interior plates. Dang it. That sucks. Okay. Let's fill in the hole. Did I add that to the build planner, or was it shift right click? Control right click? Control left click? Shift middle mouse? Right middle mouse? Alt middle mouse? I don't remember what that was. Middle mouse on a block. Do I get to... No, it doesn't work, apparently. Oh, I'll just need to go grab some, I think it's that and that. I think is what I need. Perfect. Like, I grabbed too many. That's not the right block. Good. Now it is. Now my basic landing pad variant is done. Okay. Yeah. The goal will be to create a ship, small block variant, small block transport. Probably capable of carrying... Yeah, and I want it to be similar in scale to a Gazanti, I think. I'm gonna get rid of all of the pre-made stuff, all these markers and all this other stuff. You know what? I'm going to ignore the... I'm just going to try to do small block that. I think I'm going to mostly ignore the what are they called? Yeah. And we're gonna just kind of label it in the middle of this block. Let me face the middle of it. Perfect. That should be rough center of everything. The goal will be we want a 5 wide center lane. So 5 small. That's very annoying that keeps happening. I'm gonna need to fix that. 5 wide center lane, and then I believe the middle of the other things are 3 block, which would mean that we'd need to line it up with this lane right here, which actually would work pretty well, lining up connectors to the middle of this. So we'll align that, and then we will align them. Yeah, they'll be the wider version, so they'll stick out a little bit further. But since it's going to more or less be a small rib or keel down the bottom of the ship that'll hold these, I think it'll be fine. And I think I've got this lined up well enough. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, roughly 7 to that, which means it should be roughly 7 to this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. 7 exactly on either side. That is exactly what we wanted. And then we just add 2, and that it is a large connector actually on the front and the back of my thing. So we'll just make sure to provide the large connector. We'll want it to be aligned with a block. So if I just align this with the blocks right there, and then I can do that, and that would also align it with the block. So this will be the width and the depth of the other bits. So that will be how it aligns up with everything else, which means that if I grab a large connector, or yeah, the large small grid connectors, this would want to be put, how, I can't remember the exact distance away from the bottom it is. So let me, hydro tank, toss all these in there. Well, that's not great. The main hydrogen tank's out of hydrogen. Hydrogen tank next is 10.20. Oh, I'm going to need these. Auto refill. Now I put these in there. These get filled up. Perfect. Actually, if the other person does hop on, I want to make him a set of tools. So we'll make him a set of tools. I should have all the tools necessary, so that'll be fine. But yeah, what we'll need to do, I think I want to make sure that this is built slightly above where this will end up, so that I can actually, you know, get access to underneath. I think what I'll do is I'll just kind of go up. We'll say another 5. There we go. And we'll just kind of go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 3, and 1. And this is its alignment to both ends. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. And now that provides me the exact dimensions needed. Please do not break. Okay. And so now, if we say that this is in the middle of the block, I need to pull up my blueprint for... Alright, you, cargo, good old, we'll just do cargo, brick. Okay, let's get a good view of it then. That's 2 blocks above, 2 blocks below. Right? I think so. I believe those are the dimensions. Right, because it's a 3x3 one, and then there's the top cover and the bottom cover, which sit right above the cargo containers themselves, and it gets only up to that, so it's less than a full 2 blocks in height. Okay. So, if I decide to throw the connector, given the way that this would work, we'd want the connectors to be on the areas here. So we'd go like that, because there's not enough space in between unless we did 2 blocks apart. Although I could do that. I could make it a little wider. If I did 2 blocks apart, that gives me an extra 5, which gives me a grand total of 6 to work with. Honestly, I think doing the smaller connectors work better, since these are only going to connect it directly to it. These are not going to be usable connections inside the ship itself. So in order to get access to what's in these containers, you'd actually have to go outside the container. Since the goal would be to more or less be able to just throw stuff in a container, it gets full, maybe a light blinks red, and then move on to the next container. So, given that, I think we'll do that. They are... How many? They are, I think, 5 large blocks long. Let's go into one of the ones that has them. So we'll just quickly exit. That way I can get all the dimensions I need. Load. Then we need to load test. I believe test is the world that I need to load. That'll be great. Yeah, I need to load test to give it. Alright. Yeah, I think this will do well. Hopefully everything runs smoothly enough. Yeah, this is a fun one because I'm trying to design stuff to operate within a set set of boundaries. So that'll be fun to work with. Because I gotta remember to build in groupings that, for anything I build, titleable when I build these containers, because they go with the containers. I guess the easiest way to me, yeah, I think the easiest way to handle these containers is to operate sort of, I don't know. Because part of the idea with the containers would be that they would connect to large grids. So you'd have basically the container gets put on a small transport, the transport goes along, dropping the containers off. But I just remembered / realized that certain parts are in positions that cannot be in those locations, and that I would need to change a decent amount of this in order to make this work in certain aspects, which sucks. I don't know why I said aspects that way. Oh well. Alright, yeah. Goody. Okay. Was I right? Was it 2 blocks? 1, 2. It is 2 blocks. Okay. Alright. That makes this an interesting. 2 blocks does make this pretty interesting. And then they are how long? 5 large, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So they're grand total of 5 blocks long. Huh. It makes these interesting to work with. I guess, in theory, maybe, no. The only areas with those are right on the ends. This is gonna make this such an... These are interesting. Alright. Yeah. I might make a version of these cargo containers that maybe is taller. But I might build for that. Maybe is 2 blocks taller each direction. So this is 4 and that is 4. No, wait, no. Okay, how tall are they right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's not really an easy way for me to add a connector that's 3 by 3 into a 7 block height. I could make them 9 tall and add 1 block height each direction, providing a large connector on top and on bottom. That gives me 2 blocks to work with for maybe a half block bordering, if I desired that. Because I'd have to do that and then maybe add some sort of full block marker around the edge. You can make it work. It's just difficult. All right. Yeah, they're five large blocks across in length. So that means 5, 1, 5, or 5, 2, 5. What is the 5, 2, and then the other 5? That gives grand length of that set. I'll have to try to get this to work out with blocks of 3x3 and 1x1s. If I do the barrier with 3x3, I can make that maybe. I don't know. This will be an interesting one because the goal will be to be able to store those cargo containers. And I do think I might create, I might create ships designed both for transporting, I think I might try to design a semi version where you'd carry one of them. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. So I'll design like a semi truck type thing, which would be able to carry singulars. Yeah, and then I can design that. So, because I want to try to create a base size. So you'll have a basic size, and then you'll have a bigger size. That might be either double or 1.5 or maybe triple the size. So maybe a bit taller and a bit longer. And this would be, cargo 2. So maybe where you'd fit 3, you'd fit 2 kind of thing. I can make that work. Maybe. Because most shipping that's done on the planet uses the standard shipping containers, which I think are like 20 meters in length. So.
Energy low.
Well, that's nice to know. I love spawning into the world and being told energy is low before I even see the world. That's wonderful. Okay, so given that, I would need... Alright, so these are... We'll add the border on the outside just to provide the 1 block border. So that's now a 5 block set. So I would need to go... They are, I believe, 3 blocks wide. I think. Do believe they are 3 blocks wide, so we'll just stick with 3 blocks wide as the size. So at 3 blocks wide, that would be 1. And then I'd need it to go in another 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. That's why. The, this is on the outside of a block, whereas this needs to be out 1 more block. Okay. That's why. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of that and add it 1 further out. So now that is the inside layer of a block, not the outside layer of a block. meaning that these can go there, leaving an inner 3x3. Okay. There we go. And now if I re-add in those connectors, they will be in the right position. Alright, and I think I'm going to go for inset connectors. Okay, and these are the same on all directions, or no? We'll do it this direction, so... Yeah, the insets will allow for me to add a small amount of stuff on the outside. What's fun is every part that carries the cargo has to be a base 5. And I just have to make sure that I keep in mind base 5s. Because the small blocks are 1/5 of a large block. Technically 1/50th of a small block? That's... no. I don't think that's right. I don't think 1/50th is right. There are 5 small blocks across, 5 small blocks in height. Which makes it not 1/50th, I don't believe. Okay. So then if we go this way, from this position, we need to go, we'll say it's a grand total of 5 blocks. So, actually, what I might do is I might make the gap in between the cargo holders be a 3 block. So it's a cargo, 3 block cargo. It might be a better look because that'd be 5, 3, 5, 3 in the blocks. And I carry 2 or 3, depending on how I want to do this. I think that'll look better. I still need to go 25 from this point right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So this should be 25 from this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, why do I do it this way? Okay, I'll go from the edge and go 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that would be the, should be the middle block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, middle block. Good. So this is the right size. So then what I need to do is I need to go 1 out and go out 7 from either direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Then 1 further out to provide the 5. Which would provide the barrier. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I do this right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 more. 7. Wait, that doesn't look... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, 7's the right amount because that's from this beam, which is not central. That's why it didn't look right. Let me count. There should be... Let me re-add in that central pillar. And then redo this, because that's obviously not in the right position, because it needs to be centered from the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then we have this. Good. And then we go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's one long on this side. And then do the 3s, or 4, technically. There we go. Where we then grab number 8, inset. Make sure you're in the right position. Alright, so that would be 1 or 2 cargo no, that would be 3 cargo containers if I did it this way. So that would give me a grand total of 6 cargo if I just added the rest of it. And then I want to see how many large blocks that would be, because that'd be, yeah. And then I'll have to mock up the scale on the ground, which will be fun as well. So I'll probably mock that up afterward. So I'll quickly add this. And then I'll just... Good. And then we'll just add the 25 from the point. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Good, that's right. Okay. And then just continue this. That's scale. And the internal marker is there. And we just add the single layer. And then, so that's 5. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then add the 1. Good. So then 6 to this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Then 1, 2, 4. 1, 4. We'll keep with the layer, but we'll just add the singular, because I think 6 of these should be plenty for this design. Oh, that's lag spike. Really? And there you go. And that's gone. I do not like those stupid view bots. So now I just need to do that on this side. And we will have a very decently long thing to go underneath of the ship that I create. And I think I can actually make this look really good by kind of using curvature. These will have to be flat bars, but they only have to be up to that level. So it can look like these are the parts that stick out and then go in, and then I think that'll look good. And then the next part that'll be great is that whenever I put the front on, the main front cab will actually stick out further than the center. So you'll have your cargo carrying piece at the bottom, and then on top, pretty much the rest of the ship, with maybe, I'm gonna say, maybe a ramp on the upper, maybe like a ramp coming down from the side over here, or a ladder on the side here to get inside the ship. Or maybe on the very front of it, the ladder might be. Yeah, I think I can make this look really good. So now I just need to add in the layer. Good. And then we just do another 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25. And all the way across. Then we just do a double count. Save. I need more steel plates. We'll just stick with these now. I'll have to grab more later, but that's fine for now. This is pretty darn sizable, I gotta say. A lot bigger than I thought it was gonna be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Let me recount it again because I'm severely miscounted it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Why am I counting 28? Okay, let me count again from this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. That one counted right, so we'll just stick with that count and we'll just call it good. And we'll do this. 1, 2, 3, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 5. Good. This is surprisingly large considering all of it. Yeah, this is very large. I didn't realize just how large this would end up, but I should have known, yeah. And actually, now that I think about it, this works well because I can put the cross beams at each of these, and then we'll just have a dual line creating a solid, because if I do the middle lines, Yeah, so what I can do is I can use the edges to create a dual wide center lines. You'll have your main stripe down the center, then you can have maybe your 3-block gap, and then maybe a central piece that originates on in between. Yeah, I think I can make it work. I can make a design work that will hold this without looking weird. Because the other bit is that this will also be able to carry connectors to hold it to the bottom. I also like the idea of maybe allowing for this to be separate. So I think I might build in a... Yeah, I like the idea of doing that. So what I might do is I might build in either some merge blocks on the ends of each of these. And so the arms go up, connect for merge, and then go down, and then can go up, connect to merge, go down, up, connect, merge. And so you kind of get like this U shape on this underside piece. It won't be too much of a U, more slight crescent, because it basically go up. Probably we'll go up here. They need to be 2 blocks further above this. Till the cargo containers would reach. But I like the idea that maybe going 3, and so we'd go 3, maybe down 2, and so this would be 3, and then go down the other 5. Kind of getting rid of an extra 2. Yeah. And so we'd have this being a 5-block going down. So if I just add this to each... And then, yeah, we'd be able to add a merge on top of these. Because if I do the 3x3 merges, that would work pretty well. And that way, this would also work well to connect. I do need to figure out what blocks work best as the merge connection, but... And then we'll just go to the bottom, add 2. And then 1 block to the outside, so these will also be oblong. These sorts of pod pieces. But yeah, I think this will work very well as sort of maybe even a barge system. Maybe the entire connection can be left on missions that are less designed to be... Yeah, if I don't need to carry the extra weight, maybe I want the speed, or I want to do maybe combat, I can leave the cargo cradle system on the ground. Yeah, I like that idea of being able to just cut and run with this cargo cradle. I think that's what this would be called. Good. Good. I like this. This looks good. And so we basically do that, maybe with merge blocks on the tops of those. And then the center beam could even be... I don't know what it would be, actually. But I like it. It looks good. Everything looks pretty darn good. Just had a thought. I just had a really interesting thought, which I now need to do. I'm going to exit the main menu real quick, because I want to check something out. I had an idea, and it'd be really cool if I got this idea working. Do the load game. What you can do is it would be really cool if I can do this well. Oh, this would be so cool. There is edit settings, mods. I'm looking for which one is it? Oh God, my voice. Where is it? Did I not get this one? Oh, pulley mortar. Wait. Where are the rest of the pulley blocks? Did I not grab the right one? Did I miss a mod? I think I did. Dang it. I missed the actual pulleys. Oh, advanced pulley systems. I didn't forget it. And these work sort of like pistons, and I kind of want to see how they work. Because I think it'd be kind of cool if this thing goes and lands slightly above it, and then the pulleys would be able to drop it. I think that'd be kind of cool, though that might be more work than is worth. Might be. But I like that idea at least. Because the idea of being able to just drop to like maybe one of the center points of the grid and just pull this up to the connectors, I think would be cool. Though it might not work. Because yeah, the bottom definitely has to be an angled bottom. Going to the top part. Yeah. Oh no. There's some interesting ideas. Be interesting. I think I might give this whole system parachutes and maybe landing gear so I can drop it from a height if I wanted to. Drop your cargo and run sort of system, but I don't know. I don't know. The guns look amazing though, and I can't wait to design some better systems. Okay. G. I'm going to assume that pulleys will be something I can see on the main screen, right? Nope. Not gonna be there. Alright, let's look for them. There they are. They have apps. Oh, there they are. There's base and top. Small pulley top, tiny pulley top, tiny pulley base. Huh. I don't actually know how these work now that I think about them. So I'll leave it be for now. Okay. So we'd want this to go at the one higher level. So I think what I'll do is I'll just come over to this. And we'll kind of form a 3 high. I think the center one will be basically a 3 high grid that holds everything together. With maybe the added 2 block bottom being another ridge component. So I think this will look good. I just need to add an extra block to the entire top of the grid system. And then also making sure that there's, of course, the connectors, which actually, now that I think about it, would work pretty well if I make the center go down by a block. It'll be really cool. They're going to use up a lot of plates, though. But the idea would probably be that if I want to do cargo missions, I can haul the cargo this way. I'm surprised I still have the steel plates. I only had like 299 or something like that, so... And then we'll just finish off this grid-based section. And then I'll go grab more connectors. Okay, and then let me go grab some more. 37 remaining. And yeah, we'll make this a 3 by whatever centerpiece. I don't think I'll make it solid. I'll probably give plenty of the decorative blocks good use during these intermediate areas, these intermediate beams. Maybe even doing elongated versions of some of the stuff that's on the sides of the cargo container, some of those detailing pieces. Yeah, I'm very excited for this. These will need to be marked that way. All right, just do that, do that. Yeah, this will be a very interesting design. I'm going to say that much. And then I gotta go do an extra layer to the entire bottom. just to provide most of the structural outer wall. Because 90% of this is more or less unnecessary, but cool. Because I could just stuff the inside of a ship full of blocks, but it wouldn't look that good, so why would I? The other bit with doing the merges is that would allow for stuff. Very nice. Yeah. This will be a very interesting system. And then we just double click, 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 click. That's hard to continue to say at that sort of speed. Double clip, 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 double clip. Oof. All right. Yeah, this is gonna be always fun. The wonderful grid beams. I'm surprised. I thought the other person would have hopped on by now if they were gonna hop on, but I don't know. But who knows? They did say it would be a few, so. Now we're I don't know. Yeah, there we go. There's that layer. We'll do one more layer to the bottom. What's nice is I can also make this also store some cargo, though I probably won't make it store much. But it's big, beefy, and it stores a lot of stuff. And this being mostly hollow would just kind of make sense. Just to try to lighten some of the weight on the cargo carrying capacity side of this. Because, yeah, this is going to need to carry... I don't know how much each of those things weigh, but... certainly need to carry quite a lot of weight. Perfect. Alright. All the way around we go. Bum 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 bum. Alright. Oh, we still have even more? I thought that this was the last of these sections to do. One more section, I guess. So much cargo space. Honestly, this would work fairly decently as an area to store, like fuel and other supplies for the main vessel. You know, besides it being the optimal location for connectors and other such. I suppose I could make hidden compartments in this, but that seems just kind of counterproductive. But yeah, this will be quite an interesting one. I suppose I probably should have made this just the central and not do the wasting the time on the entire 3 block or the entire width area, because yeah, I'll probably be moving these a little further inside to allow access to other parts of the build, now that I think about it, but oh well. Making this sort of a more structural component just allows me to do some more when I get all of the color detail that I need to get into this thing. Oh boy. This is a lot more substantial than I thought it was going to be. Yeah. And yeah, I think what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to end up just making a ring around the blocks, except for on the top it'll be a little shorter. It won't be a perfect ring, but it will basically do this. So we'll go up that way, and then we'll do that, and then it'll be 3, 2, and then the 1 to kind of gradualize the curve. And then on the inside, we'll just three, 2, and then 2, and then leave the center, the remaining of the center, that distance. And I think I'll also throw a couple of power packs inside of this. So this will carry batteries and fuel as well as oxygen. So it'll carry a decent amount, because I think what I could do is I could allow this to be almost like a deployable starter base kind of thing, because it provides a fairly decent frame to build the top of, and all the cargo containers also would be fairly decent, and so you can empty them and just build a roof on it, secure it to the ground. Mobile outpost style. Although the inside will be rather interesting to build, because we're going to have a lot of this space, a lot of the outer edges will be dedicated to fuel and other components. So like probably on the edge of each of these being at least 1 small thruster, maybe 2. Yeah, maybe 2 wide. That'd be a total of 8. Oh, yeah, there's a lot that'll be done, but now I get to build the outer casing. And we just kind of shell it. And yeah, as I said, I don't think I'll allow these to be and then we'll just kind of continue this 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we may actually, you know what? I think we'll just leave it at that height. And then we'll just add some landing gear in each of these. So maybe, yeah, because what I could do is I could in the center of some of these add that.
Energy low.
I think it'll look good. So we'll just kind of provide the outer basics. Now we got to copy that to every single one of these and make sure that none of them are off. Which is great. And this one's going to be done all the way through the inside. You go this way, you're that way, you have that. And then this is... Then I gotta, like, seal this. So wherever that would have been, I need to make sure to add the sealed piece. Ah, those do stick out one block further. So yeah, this needs to go out one block further. Wait a second. I made one error. Ah, it's upsetting. I put this one block further out than I wanted it to be. I'm gonna be honest, this is going to be quite the lengthy build. We're gonna build this, then I've got to all this has got to go now. Just to make sure that everything lines up properly. And then we'll just add that. Okay, and then we gotta add that. No, that needs to be added on the inside because I need to fill in this of the inside. Okay, and then we add that. And then add in that one. This goes 3 blocks, so we need to do that. And then it's 2, so 1, 2. And yeah, what I could do is I could take this top and replace that with a merge. Since nothing will quite be a full connection to that point, I can convert all of the tops of that into the big merges. Oh, I am almost out of power.
Low.
Oh, this is going to be so long. Hydros. Get the power we need. And we'll just okay, when that occurs, my phone just decided it wanted to do that. Yeah, it's been a little over an hour now. Yeah, I'm gonna do one thing real quick, guys. Let's see. All right, I just want to quickly do a check of some stuff. All right. Hmm. And that is all. Uh, I'll just leave it be. Or I'll do. Which ones were? One, three, four. Uh, um, right. Let me just quickly finish doing a few things real quick, guys. I forgot about doing something. Game. Don't think against that. Yeah. Go. All right. Uh, all right. There we go. That should accomplish both of my goals. And back into the game. And now I need to just simply replicate the entire rest of this. So, one block. one block. And then doing that. That seals that. And then we just pull this up until. Uphill. Up until. And then we just do it on the other side. This is an odd desire, but I think this will work well. I forgot to add in the final layer. Good. Bum 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 bum. So we just double the top, add in the blocks there and there. Feel you. Was that what I did? Just. Oh. We need to do one more layer down here. Wait, that's not right. Oh no, that is right. That is right, yeah. That's 2 block, that. Okay. And then we just continue that, one more block. Before applying the final 2 blocks. And moving this all the way across. And then we just repeat on every one of these. Basically providing that these all look like that. I think the center I will probably provide a maybe extra bit down just to be interesting, though that might not work. So maybe I might bring this up one further block and then space and then maybe a bar. But I think what I might do is I might just create down here a singular block gap, 2 blocks in, and then do the do a line of things connecting both to the top piece to the bottom every about 2 blocks. I got ideas, they should work, I just need to do them properly. Boom, 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 and we just fill in all the holes on the outer ledge or outer edge. This will not be all combat, but it should end up being close to mostly combat. And then we run the line across. I don't know why I chose to stop where I did on any of these, but yeah, I think I might end up turning these bottom pieces into that and then maybe finishing off the curve. That might actually look pretty cool. Maybe reducing the inside ledge, creating... Ooh. That'd be interesting. Because if I did the opposite, right? Because that'd be that. So it's that ledge. So I'd have to go down, I think, one more, actually. I don't think I can do that unless I... Yeah, unless I turn that into a 45, I don't think I can do the other idea. Oh well. I had an idea, I didn't voice the idea, and then I realized I couldn't do the idea. Happens rather quick. Happens rather frequently. We forgot to run the layer. And then we'll have to add all the detailing blocks, which will suck. But that'll be fine. We just got to do that another 4 times. I'll just quickly repair or replace this one. 1, 2, 3, that. Adding in the block palette. Doing all these. Good. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. And then we'll just come over here. There is way too many blocks. I'm going to need to start welding some of these. Just so I can actually start figuring out what is and is not finished. So I think once we do that, I'll set the welders up, get them to weld the entire thing. And then the bottom chunk will be done. Which will be impressive, given that I had no idea what this was supposed to look like. These may not be entirely, yeah, they may not be entirely repeated, but that'll be fine because I can just go into creative and do that, but it'll be fine. Good. And then we'll just such an oddity of how this came to be. I need more steel plates. Alrighty, where are we working on? We're working on right here. Click, boom, boom, click, boom, click, boom, boom, click, click, boom, boom, dum, 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 ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Alrighty, and then I think I will. I don't know. Alright, and what I might do, I'm going to turn on the welders. Mode, weld. Good. Use work color off. So anything that needs welding, those things will weld. And so we'll weld this all up. Anything that's damaged, they'll weld, so... And then they'll get to welding the entire rest of the ship. Apparently a lot of stuff is damaged. Who knew? Yeah. This will be a rather interesting design. Oh. Stop doing that. Okay. And what I'll do is let me just grab the... Use this black paint gun. And we'll just repaint all of this black. Turn it on to grind, because I don't want any of this. This just takes so long to do. So we'll just... That. Painting this entire grid black. Because I forgot to get rid of it before I did that. Okay. Alright. And now we're just going to turn on one of these to grind, one of these to weld. So this one will be turned on. We'll give it active. Weld. Good. You'll track targets. You will be set to grind. Uh-oh. Which one's set to grind? Use the work color. Cut from color picker. Good. You set from color picker. Now you may grind. So this will grind all of this eventually. As these get finished, we'll just paint them to be ground down. I need more color picker paint. I don't know what it was originally grinding, which really scares me though. Hide empty. Do any of these have any color picker or paint ammo? Do any of these have the paint gun stuff? No? Okay. Production 3. Tools. Paint chemicals. We will need quite a lot of the paint chemicals, so... yeah. Something was ground down, but I have no idea what. Which does scare me, because it was set to just grind. We'll just finish painting this freaking palette. The benefit is that this is probably quicker than doing it the other way. And I can just paint anything and it'll be ground down. I just have no idea what it ground down for the first few seconds that I was told to grind without being told what to grind. And we'll turn this one on weld, right? Weld. Don't use the work color. They're working? Good, it's working. Good. So one is set to grind. Anything painted to grind color. And so those should just disappear. Perfect. And I can just snatch some of these, just and everything else is set up properly. You can just finish that off pretty much. Good. Good. And so I'll just quickly unload all the inventory space. Grab steel plates again. And we'll just wait for this to weld up everything. Perfect. Alright. Yeah, I think one thing that I might end up doing is, yeah, I might make the connections angled. So maybe going the two slants going down and then back up, or connecting the two via two slants, and then maybe going with the central core piece. So maybe the two slants over a 3x3 of steel or something like that, or maybe a angled core of steel. Or maybe going two slant, one for yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Hey, this will be finished pretty quickly. Is it done? Nope. The grind one, is it operational? Oh. The one set to grind using work color on. Perfect. And now I can make you do not use work color. Perfect. Man, this thing's a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, so what I'll probably do is I'll probably go with these. And we'll go like this on the top. And then the curve will be over top of it. So the only part that'll actually connect and merge the top grid would be this. Because you can place, I think, merge grids on top of each other. It'll just allow them to dismerge. So this entire structure that I've built could be left behind while the entire vehicle goes somewhere else. And yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll take these two central ones and make them the ones that connect to the bottom grid. So that'll be good as well. So those ones will be where it connects to the rest of the major grid. Yeah, so I don't quite know how I want to do the end yet, but the two central ones will have this be a inset. Maybe not an inset. We'll go with not an inset. No, we'll go with an inset. That does mean that I'll have to throw blocks like this. Inset connector. And we'll do the same over here, which does mean that I will need to move its magnetic plate attachment. Which is great. I guess we'll just do it that way, and then we'll just hit you. Okay. All three of you off. There we go. I think those will be done now. Okay. No. No! Welder, thank you. Good. And then we'll just remove these from the inside here. Good. And then I can just throw the connector. All right. Perfect. All right. There we go. Perfect. And so now these are in the middle of their respective block. Perfect. And I do think I will provide some cargo inside of this. So I think that's what I might do with this central beam is like that one cargo beam, and then that will be a different beam. And so I think I'll do cargo. We'll do the non-inset version of the connector. But it'll have to be on top. So what I might be able to do is do not a modular, but a medium cargo container, exactly that orientation. I need interior plates to build those. I can build 2 of them right now. That's perfectly acceptable. We'll build the one there and the one here. And then I can put these versions of these like this. That way, when they merge, they'll also be able to connect to this. And then I will quickly throw about 100 of those. There we go. We'll keep about that amount. That'll be good. And then what I can do is I can carve this wall right here. And I got rid of the piece I didn't want to get rid of. Okay, I can get rid of this. Well, now, before rebuilding it. Where's that cargo? 3, medium. And then you go right there. And then I can do that on this side. And this can have cargo in sort of a stick.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Wait a second. If you
Inventory full.
grind and already...
Full.
If I grind that plate, does that turn into... It does turn into scrap.
Inventory full.
Oh.
Inventory full.
Interesting. I did not know that. Okay, and then what I can do is if I grab one of you, one of the conveyor converters, because the inside one will probably be something else, but these can be the modulars. If I grab the modular cargo containers, yeah, and then that'll be able to run through here pretty easily, and they're decently long, and so we can
Energy
run.
low.
How many blocks are left? There's a 4-block space left. I don't know. I guess I don't really know how to handle that problem. I could go. Okay, I think I will go. Yeah, I think I know what it'll do. We'll do this. We'll do that. Then we'll run a dual spacers. Then you. Then dual spacers. There we go. That'll do that well. We'll just do dual spacer, the block, dual spacer, the block. And then we go U, dual spacer, the block. There we go. And so we'll be able to carry 6 cargo containers. I could continue that down the middle band as well. But I think what I'll probably do instead... Well, actually... I could do that. Yeah, I think I'll do that. So I'll run those. So we'll run this. So this central piece by itself can carry decent amount of cargo. And then we'll just run the the converter on either end. Carries a decent amount of cargo, actually. And we just do that. Yeah, because this will just be very easy to decorate this of this style. Dual spacer, dual spacer. Yeah, it'll look pretty decent. And we'll carry a fair amount of cargo. Perfect. Looks like the other person I've got busy, so is not going to be joining us. So, that'll be fine. Good. And then, yeah, this would allow for, if I wanted to do the bottom being a little bit bigger. Where are they? Ladders would actually be able to be used pretty well because I can put ladders yeah, so I could easily fit ladders like this on the ends, which I think will look pretty good. Where's the other blocks that I was looking for? The batteries, I think I will store a set of big batteries in duals, like just kind of in these areas. So maybe fitting dual batteries in each. but I also think I'll probably fit some other stuff in there, so we'll leave these areas gaps for now. There was another block that I wanted to grab. It was one of the decorative type. Where is it? I know I had it in my... Really? Do I not actually have that block in my easy accessible amount? I don't. Kind of stupid. I'll replace this one's 7 with it then. Truss pillar stuff. I want to use maybe truss pillars. Then what I can do is go 1 block away or use something else to cover the inner gap, but we'll do maybe one of these, one of those. We'll go maybe and then I'll throw this here. And I think maybe running a... I don't think the cylinder works as well. What might work well might be the beam blocks. Where do I have my beam blocks? Do I not have any beam blocks either? I don't have any of the beam blocks either. These are essential for building. Why don't I have them on my inventory? Yeah, beam blocks, scaffolding, glass doors, interior walls. Do I have anything multiply? I can remove them. Wait, do I have smaller? Do I have the smaller any other location? I have 1 in 5. Nowhere else. Okay. I think I'll make interior wall be... I think we'll replace the interior light with the smaller interiors. Oh wait, can interiors have no small variants, do they? No, interiors have no small variants. Lovely. Okay, it was all the way in 9 where we put these. And then I can do one of those. Yeah, and actually what I can do is if I just remove those from that position, I can... then add the truss pillars here, and then simply redo the same style that I was just going for here, which would work just there and there. And then if I go maybe the half beams, dual half beam, Dual half beam.
Fuel low.
Dang it.
Fuel critical.
Alright, I'm going to end up needing to go and... Hydro tank. Good. And then I can just simply add in that. Perfect. And doing that actually looks pretty good for being on the bottom of this, where it rests on the ground. Good. And then I think... Right, I do need to remember to add the landing gear. And I think what I might do is I might take a regular landing gear, but I might make the, yeah, might bring the edges of the dual beams that hold the bigger cargoes up. And then, yeah, what I'll do here is I'll just kind of probably carve the center and then kind of go up and then go back down. Just to kind of give a kind of gap design, probably equidistant in these. And now I just need to add this to everything. So add 2, or add 1. Add 1 here. Do the same things over here. Oh, there's not really anything to add that to. And then we can just add these. Boom, and then boom. Click, 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 boom. And then that should be that. And then I can just do of these. And then go all the way back over to, which one was it? Nope. This one, and just stick the beam, the truss pillar, right in the center. Boom. And then that just kind of adds a whole new layer of everything. Boom, boom, boom. And I do think this will look pretty good. I did forget about throwing the middle pieces in this one, so we'll have to go all the way back over here. But I think that'll look pretty good. And then I think what I'll do is on the sides, because yeah, then what I can do is when I add in the rest of the blocks around here, I think it'll look good. I think this can look pretty good. I think I just want to now remove pretty much most of in between. Probably means that these should be welded, but that'll be fine. So I'm just going to remove the one side. Just to make sure that it looks good. Add in the rougher version. Because I'll also have to be painting these. Which will be an interesting design. But yeah, it'll be an interesting design. Okay, good. So now what I'll do is I am going to do very similar to what I did on the main cargo container, which was a using a blast door system. Okay. So I think scaffolding just looks a little too thin. It'll work well as like a support, like an angular support, but I think it's just a little too thin for this. I think I'll just kind of run maybe dual of these. And then running the half. And then I think we'll copy that to over here. So we'll just add these. Yeah, I think this will do good. We'll be able to get this. And then we'll just add this. I don't quite know if I'm going to do what I'm going to do in that section. I definitely want this to feel more. It's going to be on the bottom more permanently than the containers that it hauls. I think what I could do, because this does actually allow me to connect it there, what I might do is I might just do the halves. I might just kind of add in the halves, kind of like this, just. And then maybe do that. Yeah, and so what I'll do is we'll just do the edges. Oh. Actually, I kind of like the design that I made mistakenly. I like that one better. It was not intentional to make that mistake, but that mistake has effectively done something really nice. I like that one much better, where it flares up to meet the central bit rather than flare down to the central piece. I think it looks much nicer this way. And yeah, it'll just be slightly less protected than the other containers, but yeah, I like that. And then we just standard blast door middles to kind of act as a sort of cap. I think that looks really good. I think maybe doing sort of a, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do a more or a less solid central core piece. I might be able to kind of do something. Bay window really does not line up well with that. There's not like a 3 bay window, no. Nope. only there was a half, I could have done that there. That'd be cool. Oh well. What else could I throw in that gap? Actually, I could do tanks. Maybe small ox or small. Well, small ox are the only tanks that'd be the right size. It's not a half bad idea, but hesitant on that one. 8. How wide are the stairs? The ladders are 3 wide. Okay. Because these are 5 long. Yeah, they're 5 long, which makes them hard to work in an area where there's a 2 gap. That doesn't seem right. Fix that. I could, in theory, do like an ore detector or maybe a beacon. The ore detectors don't look half bad. Ooh. I could do maybe. Yeah, I could potentially do a spotlight set. Let me quickly check something real quick, guys. Sorry. I just have to. Why did that do that? Quickly fix this. Alright. Here's what I could do. Is that if I did something here. I got an idea. What I could do. This would be a great place to maybe do an inset some of these. Yeah, I think that might work pretty well. Of course, we'll have to see, and then I can use. Because that would provide, if I continued that, I think a bit too frequent of a block. But I do that and then use maybe I could do either spotlights. I did forget about the floodlights. Those ones are also usable. I forgot about those. The offsets would only work if they have the block there. But maybe what I could do. Those would actually. Oh, access panels might actually work pretty well. The 2x2 access panel, maybe. Yeah, doing like those there maybe. That's a 2x3 access panel. Right? 2x3? Yeah, 2x3. I don't know. I don't think that works. There's the weapon racks, first aid cabinets. None of those work. I think I'll just stick with maybe using the half beams, maybe. I'm not happy with that. I think what I'll do maybe is I think we'll do the half beams top and bottom. And then maybe doing something in the middle. Because then what I could do is I could potentially do something like maybe... Could do something like 2 of these lights. If we do that and then do the... Right. No, I'm not happy with that. I think I'll stick with maybe doing the beacon there. Wherever the beacon is. I think I'll stick with doing a beacon in these. Because I think that looks just right for where the beacon is. Because what I can do instead is when it comes to the lights, I could do something like maybe... Oh, good. So I can do... Yeah, I could do maybe the floodlight angled and do like this. Because, yeah, that's right down the center. And that would put light on either side of it, right where you'd want your cargo containers. I like that. I think that'll be great. So we'll just quickly add that to this side as well. I hope that the top is flat enough to make that look good. And then I'll just quickly do that on this side, and then we just have to replicate that like 8 more times. But now that the design is made, it'll be a lot easier. And I still need to figure out how I want to do the top, but I think it'll do good. It'll also provide some version of rigidity. While still looking skinny enough. Because the goal will be to look not necessarily bulky. Okay. And I can now add in the heavens. Yep, they are just... 1, 2. And then we just gotta do that for all of these. What's unfortunate is that I still gotta do this at least 2 more times. Where are the halves? And we just replicate this across. Good. Boom, 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 boom. All right. And then we go 9. We run blast door, edge. This should be at least easily replicatable. And I do love doing these sort of blast door paneling. I like that design. I think it looks awesome. And then now I just need to go to the beacons and apply it. And now that I knew what I was doing, that was so much quicker. Perfect. And then I just need to do that again. And then one more time. And then one more time. And then I need to figure out how I want to handle the rest of it. But this is going to take me some effort. I do like how it's just going to be... Yeah, the paint will be a fun one to do because, of course, I will need to repaint quite a lot of it, but I think it'll look good. And so we're just going to grind the rest of this, replicate, and enjoy. At least this part, and then I gotta go do the same thing on the other side. The one that requires me to do it 8 times instead of 6. But that'll be fine. Alright, I do need to go...
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Alright, so let's throw another couple hundred in here. Or actually, I can throw all of these in here. Because nothing, I think, uses those. Good. And then we just continue. And then, yeah, this is gonna be fun to get all of the lights in place. Then we need the batteries.
Energy low.
No, it's not. What's gonna be fun is being able to park this thing next to bases. I might need to make a shuttle just so I can have like a shuttle on this vehicle, so then when I go to sell resources, everything's there. Like, just so then when I go to the economy bases, like, I might need a small shuttle on the small bridge ship just so I can move cargo to the shuttle. Ridiculous, and I love it. This.
Energy critical.
It's fine. Oh boy. Alright, I think I'm going to end up needing to drop another handful of those off. Alright, let's go power up. This is ridiculous. It's awesome, but ridiculous. I absolutely love this design, man. What a brilliant. Alrighty. Now we just do that one more time. Then we replicate what we did there, there, and there. Then we gotta thin these down a little bit. What's funny is I didn't thin this down. I simply made it slightly taller, and that's all I've done. I've just not used thick brick plate blocks to make the detailing of this thing. This works pretty well, I say. Alrighty. And then we'll be good. Okay. What's great even is that most of the blocks are on this side right here, so we're gonna run these first. And then we're just going to view. Click, 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 boom, 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 click, boom, click, boom, boom, click, boom. Okay, then we're gonna go number 9. I think we're gonna use the blast doors. All the blocks of one orientation first. What's great is that this even functions well with my other designs. Nope, 9, 7. And we just boom, 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 boom. And then we just boom, 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 boom. Click, 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 click. Boom, and that is another side done. Perfect. That's very quick. Oh, wait, can I place these? I cannot place these by themselves. Okay. We're going to do everything in that order that I did it. More or less. I could, in theory, do these in the other order, though, but that just looks weirder. Starting with the plates that are actually... Gotta get rid of those. Just get rid of you. 7. Boom, 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 boom. Then doom, 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 boom. And then boom, 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 boom. Nope, number 9. No, that's the wrong orientation. And that's this entire side basically done. Just need the last 2 blocks. I like that. I just need to somehow figure out how to get that to work well with this. Somehow. Okay. Oh, God. Because right now, it's really not fitting. Which is alright, I suppose. Base, we'll just... Alright. And then if we just come over here, we can just do the same thing. Just place, 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 place. Boom, click, boom, click. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, we're just going to run these. Click. We'll get rid of that later. And then we're just gonna come over here. Boom, yeah, 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 boom, tick, tick, boom, tick, boom. Alright, this. Nine. Oh, we can do the center ones first. Let's do that. And then we just need to finish this off. Boom, 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 boom. All right. beacon, 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 and beacon. And that's done. So now I'm going to turn on all the welders. Let that weld those up. We're going to move them all to weld. We're going to turn them all off of work color. We're going to switch on active, switch on target, on. All three should be working. There we go. And now that should just start welding. Perfect. Unfortunately, the welder's lasers don't seem to be showing up. But that's fine. I just realized that I am using my VTuber model in this. I'm so used to playing road craft where I can't. Road crafter. Alright. Alright. Yeah, luckily this should work pretty quickly. Once these are all together, I just need to basically finish this off. But then I will have a piece that I should be able to make use of to pick up and drop off any number of cargo containers. So I could drop off the entire cargo platform, or alternatively, pick up a good chunk of cargo and just, yeah, I'll be able to pick and choose how much cargo I want to be able to carry, how much weight I need to be able to carry. That way I can carry less if I need less, but more if I need more. And the other bit is that if I made a sort of a barge system, I could potentially make two of these and then stick them on top of each other and then just get something that attaches to the front end or the back end of these and just pulls them along. So maybe a ship with no center, but two boxes that just pick these up and then just carries this system along. It worked pretty well. And everything looks pretty good. I think I have all the blocks I need. I think that looks really good looking at it from this angle. And then, yeah, I just need to figure out how I want to handle the bottoms of these. And, of course, you know, all the lights and stuff. And then, of course, the beacons and everything else. But this will allow me to build another ship on top of this, basically. So it'll be 2 grids in 1. And yeah, I think the other grid will be a little bit wider than this. Man, is this pretty. And this is only about 5 large blocks wide. And so it works pretty well. So yeah, I'm just gonna go over here, sit down while that gets welded up. Eat a quick small snack, that way I can hold myself over for about another 30 or so minutes. Mhm. Mhm. I'm very pleased with this. Oh, I'm excited. Um, I do need to get more water soon. Alright. Alright. So I'm gonna go take a quick break to go get myself more water. I will be right back, guys. I may also be, no, 3 to 4 minutes. I don't know. But hopefully by the time I'm back, everything will be finished welding, and that'll be good. Water gotten. Perfect. Alright. I also turned off my dampeners at the same time. That's great. And actually, now that I think about it, this would actually work pretty decently for... Ooh. I'm thinking I might use this as the scale for my train. I don't know if I can make trains better than how most people make trains. I can't make them worse. I might be able to do this. I might be able to make a train system. Custom made. That uses about this same sort of size. So imagine this flipped upside down. And that would be how these would connect to the train. Maybe even with like a middle piece. And so you could have a stack of these. And they're just hauled around like that. So with the connectors and just smoothing these out to a flat, and it just either can be stacked or just left one on the thing, and then you'd have your train piece below it. That'd be pretty cool. And then it just needs to basically be able to be picked up, moved over to like a set of cargo containers, dropped on top, picked up, and moved back. That could work pretty well. Alright. What are you missing? You're missing radio components, so I don't know if I have the radio component. I'll order... I believe it's this one that I should be able to order the radio components. I'll order another 20. Oh, wait. Okay, so loading things into here is actually the main assembler. Assembler is the main assembler. Okay. Are those the only things remaining to be welded? They are. Alright. Now I think what I need to do... I don't know what'll be the easiest method to do this. I'll need to turn this off. It's finished. You can stop trying to weld things that are finished. Alright. That looks really good. I like that. Because this also still gives me access to each individual cargo container. But I don't quite know how I want to do the bottom piece. I definitely think I'm going to redo this top. Or at least strike that top piece off. I think maybe what I could do... Because this is, these are that angle. And so what I can do is I can make this edge this angle. And then maybe do something on the inside. That, or I could do this. I could do that. And then move these inward one, and then just... It will mean that I will have to make this go wider once it reaches this point. But I think that'll look nicer, maybe? We'll try it this way. And then I think what I'll do is maybe on each of these add in the parachute hatch. So we'd add it basically here and then there. I don't quite know if I'm going to keep all that, but I think... I don't know. It's just hard to tell. Because each of these just has to be merged with the rest of the grid. While also not feeling too off base with some of the rest of what I've designed. Which is odd to say. I might end up just making these, I don't know. I don't know. It's so hard because these are relatively easy to just take a chunk and then copy the chunk. But I don't know anymore. We'll continue just using the center. I think we'll just continue using it this way, using the string of blocks. We'll at least bring it into connection there. And then I'll get rid of these. I guess I could, in theory. All right. Good. Okay. Now I gotta be very freaking careful. Okay. So how do I want this to look? Because I want this to hold these. And actually, in this design, that's not a half bad way to handle it. Maybe to do this, just... and then run... I could run that. If I ran it at that angle, yeah, it's not bad, I wouldn't say.
Fuel low.
God dang it. Good. Alright. So, how do I want to handle this? I just don't know. And we'll get rid of the inner layer. Yeah, good news is I can get rid of everything but that bottom layer and we'll be fine. So that's what I'm going to do. Okay. How do I want to handle this? I guess what I could do... There it is. So I want this to stick here and there. Which I do want to have. Alright, and then I'd want this one to be this. Quickest I could change it would be using this. And then is there the... there should be the negative of this, which is this. And I can do that. That's not bad. I think maybe using a single bottom pillar, which now that I added this, should actually be feasible. I'll just do the top one as well, just to be safe. You. Boom, and then I can just do this. Okay. We'll just re-weld that up just in case, but then we'll also, I think, throw a similar, maybe one of these. So we'll say, if we say go one of these. Need interior plates to build those. That would be why I had interior plates on my inventory. Where are interior plates? Do I have any more interior plates up there? No, I don't. Where are more interior plates? I need more interior. There we go. We'll take a handful more interior. There we go. That'll be plenty enough interior. Okay, and then what I can do is if I use this. Okay. I will just quickly connect those like that. Okay. And then if I go maybe do a sort of I got an idea. Rather than you, I could do the half block and then do that. And then what it could do is if I maybe do something like that. And if I did a junction, I don't think a junction would work well there. Maybe a direct angle would work best here. Not really. I don't think any of the blocks have the angles where they would need to be. So we'll probably just make that a proper block then. And then that would allow me to run the beam block up. And I can use a beam block to wrap around this. And then maybe using glass door panels to kind of plate the sides of this. And then maybe using batteries behind that, just so then everything kind of keeps its power. And then maybe also storing a couple of components to allow for easier connection and deconnection. I think I can make that work well. And then, yeah, I just do that. Because then what I can do as well is, since we're going to have this go one block further up, yeah, I can make this do this. So we go that. And then we do that. And then we run, where is the stupid thing? This. And then I can run the half angles. And then run this like this. And then, yeah, and then as long as I basically just provide anything to go in the middle of this, that'll look really good. I could even do maybe dual small grid thrusters. And that would even look pretty good. And then I just need to, I can just finish this one off. And then just kind of do this. And then boom. That will work really well, just like that. And that splits. I just need to find something to put behind it. But that'll look really nice like that. And then the sides just become these. Kind of like this. And then maybe do something. We'll do one more. And then we just kind of run a very simple connection. Oh, those are one block further up. Does that look ugly if I did that? Not really. I can make that work pretty well. And so this then just kind of covers that. And that provides a nice kind of blanket carry that. Unfortunately, there's nothing that can cover that very minuscule corner unless I gave it the full spike, which I don't want to do. But what I can do is, where is it's this one, and then I can use this to just kind of half block cover you. And then, yeah, I can just kind of finish off a bit. Yeah, and then this would be able to just be that. And then I think I'll do one more. Might, at this point, then maybe go with you. And then, yeah. Then I just need to go and grab the right type of curve. place them in place. Perfect. And then just simply doing this along this edge just to kind of pull it back into the side. Boom. And then I think what I'll do, does that still allow for this to sit exactly where it needs to? It does. That would allow that to sit exactly where it needs to. Do I have any of the required prerequisites for this? None. Oh well. But then that'll land simply on the ground and allow a person to walk up it, and then as long as I maybe... Ooh. It would connect to that. So I'd have to... Where is it? If I did it like that, then I'd have to do it this way.
Energy critical.
Really? You don't allow me to place there. It has to be placed there. These cannot be placed on top of each other. There it is. So I'd have to do that in order to climb into the other ship. Which actually isn't a half bad way to do that. And then, yeah, we just build that all together and figure out what to do with that center. I think I might add basically a copy of maybe this to the center, leaving that space open. Yeah, I think will be what I'll do. So what I'll do is once we just throw in the blocks, light armor, we'll just kind of... I'll just make this solid light armor block. And boom. 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 And then we just add you right into position. Throw you in there. Throw in the light armor. Basically to just kind of cover this. And then we'll just kind of do this. And do that. And then we just, quite simply, this is how wide? 5? Perfect. And so I can do a very similar thing to what's actually on the containers themselves, which would be one of you on its side. Yeah, we'll do you on the side, on both sides. That. And then do on top of you. This one's going to take me the longest to make. Oh, I can just do standard blast door tops. And then on the bottoms, use the blast door edges. That looks so nice. That is so good. Oh, there we are. I knew that there was something that misplaced. And then we use this as the standard blast door. Nice. This actually works pretty well. And yeah, as long as I basically provide the lip, because the main reason for this being like this is that when you go and climb up the ladder, it will put you up the one block forward. It doesn't make you go up any further. I kind of wish we had half a ladder, just so then, you know, I could get up that distance without having to do that. But that does give cover for adding things like this, like that, when that gets added like that on the other ship. As long as I basically leave that a half block so these won't merge together, we'll be good. And now I just have to do that to every single one of these, and then just find a good way to bring them all together in the center. Oh boy. Ooh boy. That is going to be a very, very arduous process.
Energy critical.
Shit.
No energy.
Ow. Alright, I think what I might do is I might make that a blueprint, give it a name, go into the creative world, remake, basically, yeah, I'll have that corner welded up. Then what I'll do is I'll just go into a creative world, because then I can just cut off certain areas and just copy and paste it, and then port that back over just to save on some time. Because otherwise, that's going to take me quite a while to lob all of the old off and add on the new. So that'll be fun. But it looks good. It looks good. I'm just gonna come over here, turn all the welders on. And activate on. I think it looks really cool. And I can even verify my belief when it comes to the ladders as well, which will be nice. And then we'll have the cargo securing area all finished after about 4 hours of work. It will have taken 4 hours of work to weld that all together. Because, yeah, what I can then do is just, as long as I cut beyond the point, then when I weld everything back up, it'll be very nice. Okay, they're not moving to anything else, so that means that they're done. Alright. So yeah, if I was to get on the ladder and then do F, yeah, it puts me just on top of it, so. And if I got rid of this ladder, which I'll be able to replace without much issue, and just got on the ladder here, it won't let me go up or down. So I do need the second ladder to provide usefulness to the ladders. But I think that'll be good. Perfect. And then, yeah, I'll just go into creative, lob off all the corners, lob back onto it these corners. that way, when everything else gets repaired, it'll all be finished, because I'm going to be honest, that looks beautiful. I love being able to see through it. It looks weak enough, but not too weak. I may do also some work to fill in that gap. I don't know, though. But all right. So, I almost forgot to do that. So we're going to come over to this side. We're going to go Control C, B, blueprint made, rename. I'll do not, oh, for frick's sake, buttons. Modular cargo raise, we'll do in parentheses or curly brackets 6. Modular cargo cradle 6. Got it. That will make sure that I know exactly what that is. Alright, time to go exit main menu. Yes, save changes. Then load game. Which all this works very well. Yeah. Come on. Test. Load test world. And yeah, I think this works really well, because then I can also put these cradles in any other position. And as long as I provide an ability to pick up the cradle and attach it to the grid that I want it to be connected to, I can make cargo. This is basically cargo system finished, because the cradles can be used to fold out, pick them up, and bring things into position, which will be great. That means that I could even put them on the side without too much work, as long as the craft that's putting them on the side can just go out, down, grab, pick up, rotate 90 degrees, and then pull back in. So it'll do very good to just basically do that operation. Just forward, down, grab, up, retract back in, and then just do the same thing when dropping them off. As long as it can do that when all those cargo containers are full, we'll have a system working amazingly. And then, yeah, when it comes to doing trains, that'll work pretty well to be able to set up a train system, hopefully. Although trains will be quite fun making use of that. Because, oh boy. But I think it'll look good when it has all the cargo containers in it as well. So, this will be very good. But, yeah. Very fun, very fun. Should probably have given these a little bit more of a gap between, but oh well. Alright. And then we're just going to come over to that. We're going to control, delete that. We don't really want that anymore. F10. Modular Cargo cradle. Yeah, kind of like the obelisk. Good. And then we're just going to do this. We are going to, from this layer, just lob it off. And then over here on this side, take that layer. And we're just going to lob it off. And we're going to take this layer, and then we're going to simply lob it off. And lob it off. Lob it off. Everything's in position to just lob off. Oh, I missed lobbing off this one. And then we're just going to quickly get rid of all these. Control delete. Control delete. Control delete. And then we'll just simply... And then what we'll do is we will simply just add a block there. Just to cut that off. And then I just need to re-add in the... And on this side, it is what? I think it's a M shape there, right? Standard M. And then we have the blocks over. Oh, Lord, these are in slightly different positions than other ones. Perfect. And now I just get to... we'll take from this bottom one, Control X. And then as long as I can just Control V. We just need to quickly spawn it back in. Get rid of that. And we'll do this one instead. So, oh god, no, don't crash. What? Why won't you why won't you... Oh, there we go. And then we just do that. And now I can leave V. And now I can just go to where I need this. Boom, boom, ba-dum, ba-dum, boom, boom, ba-dum. Oh, more fell off of the back end than I thought that did. Ooh. This back end no longer has any of the back end. Okay, so I just need to, remake the back end, I guess. That's not good. Okay. This is that center. We'll just add that. Oh, a lot more fell off the back end. What did I all chop off? I really made some mistake out of that. I am putting this all on in clean armor. Rick. We'll have to get rid of clean armor and what is it? Control Shift on the mouse button. There we go. Okay, so it needs to look like this. So none of this bottom part. And then we'll keep the inner. Okay, so we'll just add in that middle part, and then we'll add on the top pieces. Good. And then we just need to add on these. And then that should be all. Because that goes right there, that goes there, you go 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 there. B. There we go. We just need to line you up now. Whoa, please. Perfect. And then we'll just finish basically getting everything else ready. No! Shit. God dang it. It's just doing that. Gotta chop it off again. Where the fuck are you? Angle. Yes. Thank you. I'm just gonna have to chop off another end and just hope. Alright, so we'll just have to lob it off again. Good. Angle. Okay, we're going to Control C, and we're going to place you over there. And then I'm going to Control Exit from the same position. And then we're just going to repeat the pattern. Good. Good. There we are. Do not use the copy operation for anything. Good. Control C. Do not Control V whatsoever. Good. I don't know if all of these will have access points to the main grid. I might make them do that just so then it's easier to get on and off. Although it will require quite a lot of egress points from the ship or into the ship. So I might change that, but good. Now this does change some stuff, which I'll have to move, but that'll be fine. There we go. And I'll just quickly remove that. And do that on these ends. Honestly, these aren't half bad egress points. Just enter and exit the ship from this. Just quickly. Come on! Thank you. But there we go. And now I just simply need to find a good way to connect all of these. And then when it comes to this, doing something akin to maybe this might work. Well, this might work for the ends. These end cap pieces, just fairly simple end cap. And then that'll allow me to use the bottom area to just connect these to maybe a central pillar on this side, because they connect to a central one there and there. So we'll do a similar thing on this side. We'll just get rid of that, add in you. Place. Boom. And then I just need to figure out a good way to connect these. I definitely think I might, we'll just hollow this core out just because there's some good ideas that I just had for these. Those areas would work really well for batteries. I'm going to fit 2 batteries in each of these ends, which should be enough to keep the power on. Do those stick out? Do the batteries stick out? They do. That actually isn't half bad, though. I do need to figure out where I might have. These are over here now. Beam block. What I'll do is we'll just do that as a beam there. And then I think maybe running a, I think maybe running something sort of like this, maybe. And then run just a standard half block rest of it. And then I can do that basically on the top and the bottom. There you go. And then just kind of running with this across the top, maybe. And I think I might add in some... what would be some of the other blocks I'd want to add? It'd be some of the AI blocks, but I can't remember any of their names. Dang it. Oh right, I was also going to add the parachute hatch. So I think it's a, what are the AI blocks? At the refill station, that's not what I wanted. It's not a broadcast controller. It would be the similar vein as a broadcast controller. What is this called? Frick, it's not like a custom turret. Programmable. The timer blocks, automated timer, event. Oh, event controller. We'll do that, and then perfect. And we'll just add these now because we'll be able to do that. I'm gonna add a parachute hatch right here. I think they need to be directly open, so that might make this interesting if I decide to build anything toward the middle, but I think it'll be fine. Oh, right. I didn't even add the event controller where I wanted to add the event controller. I'm pretty bad at that. And then we just add in this. Perfect. And then we just go back to 9, just to add some event controllers. And we'll just add one more all the way over here. I think what these will probably do, well, these will probably be something that might be in charge of things like connections. So triggering everything at once. Same thing with a couple of timer blocks that I might hide in and amongst some of these areas, but for now, we'll just... Right, and then I need to simply connect you. And I should do that with all of these, just simply add in the bar connection. And I'll basically do a very similar thing that I did with the other one of just cutting it all off and then re-adding it. This will need some work to figure out, but I'll just quickly do the underside. Because this is one block further down, I figure I can just throw a level of blocks. more or less as a quick cover. And then we'll add in the same sort of top piece. There we are. And we'll just do that on the other side. Repeat the process. Then we'll just work on the other inner ones, and then we'll shape the bottoms a bit more. Good. And then what was I looking for? These, we just need to do that. And then we'll add in as well, since that ends up in the exact right location. Just capping that off like that, which works pretty well. I like it. I can add any number of things to the edge of this. Yeah, speaking of, I should probably set up the median piece, so we'll just quickly dang it. You, and then we'll also want left to right. Perfect. So now, when I add a block, it should be added on all sides. Good. Perfect. And then we need to figure out... I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to have these be the primaries. And so I think I'm going to take these and use... I don't like the idea of going with that. I think I want to go... It'll be in 4, I believe. I think doing that will work well. And then that'll also allow me to go... And I could then add in the... And then if I do that, then that would allow me... I got an idea. I can add that. That would then put that... we'll need to... There we go. That'll make sure that that's secure. When I disconnect it completely, add that back in, and then re-add in this block. So then that will allow for that to look right. And then I should be able to remove that. And now that is the way that that looks. So these two will look like that. And I think that kind of connection lays pretty decent work. Apparently I still need to do that on this side. So good. And then that should be that. And then I guess what I can do is I can throw in maybe 2 timer blocks or 1 timer block. That would be 4 timers. So we'll throw in 4 timers. Good. And I think we'll just leave this corner, because I don't think that there's any block that would cleanly fit in here. Or any orientation of any block, because it's got to be an inner corner, which none of these are. That'd be the closest, but yeah, you shrink. I think 5 would be my best chance at finding something of this angle. It would have to be like that with a different, sharper angle. Like, that would be... You know what, that's not bad. I'll do that. So we'll just make that block. So this corner now is that block. Oh. Yeah, that block is that. Perfect. And then on the inner side, that side is more or less dealt with. And what I'll do is I might get rid of you, and then I think I'll throw in, this is roughly not you, but actually nothing's going to cleanly fit in here, so yeah, I think we'll stick with that. And that would allow this to just be turned this way. And that is just right here, which would make this I think that would make this more likely to be this. And then if I do number, there we go, place you, and then do that here. Yeah, and then the same thing as the other side on this one. That's 5. We want 4. And there we go. Oh, there also is another one missing. Boom. Oh, I just realized that not all of these don't all have their light. Do I have a spotlight anywhere? Is there spotlights on any of these? There is not, so time to do it. We'll just grab a spotlight. That way I can add on the light that we needed. Perfect, and then we just need to and there we are, the spotlights that now sit on the ground. Which I did just now realize that I forgot to give this thing any sort of landing landing pad. So I think what I'll do is I'll give the mag plates there. We'll give some mag plates perfectly. That did exactly where I wanted it to. These ends don't really have a good spot to put mag plates, so we'll just put the mag plates there. I suppose I could, in theory, add in a standard mag plate somewhere like underneath, but I like what I've done so far, so we'll just keep it. All right. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. I'm pretty okay with having these on all of them. The only thing I'm going to end up needing to do is getting the other grid connected and set up properly when I start doing that in survival, which, oh lord, this is huge. This is huge. Suppose I could set up something. Let me do that right now, actually. And what I'm going to try to do now is F10. We'll just want to go cargo. Grab modular cargo. Okay, so that would be it, connecting with this. You know what? I'm just gonna place these outside of that and then land on top of it. So let me grab a large plate. We'll go further this way. You don't need it to be terribly wide, just wide enough. I think that should be sufficient. We'll add in sort of a middle row. There we go. And then we just need every 5 to make a mark. So 1, 3, 4, 5, mark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, mark. 1, 2, 3, 4, mark. Perfect. I made this the exact right size. The little oblong in one area, but that's fine. Oh, for frick's sake, I don't want you. And now if I just... I keep doing that. Cargo. So let's try to... Good. It kind of is in place. Kind of. I somehow got it to be vertical. I don't really want it to be vertical. These are more or less the direction it's supposed to end up sitting. I'll just have to get these in a better position. I completely missed the inner area that time. Good. Really? And then we'll just get rid of the bottom. The others need some more work. These don't quite fit how I thought they'd fit. Is this gonna not really like what I want to do with it? I am going to take a small miner, we'll take the cassowary miner. Good. We'll just try to nudge these into... Oh, please don't tell me I made a mistake with these. I'm gonna have to move all of that in a block just to make these fit. I really don't want to have to do that. All right. Oh god, the entire stream died. Fuck. Guess the timing's not great. These don't really want to get in a position how I wanted them to. This really isn't doing what I wanted it to. I'm gonna go modify this. We're gonna need... There's going to have to be a spot available to throw something. Okay. And there we go. And then we're just going to... elongate the nose a bit. Good. Okay. Do you have the strength to move one of these? Yes, you do. This little tug will work for now. Oh, please do not fuck me up. I'm gonna have to replace the connectors with inset connectors to make this work, because the connectors stick out like a small amount, don't they? Because that's what's fucking me up. The connectors are what's fucking me up. So I just came over here and... Where's my connectors on this map? For... If I just did that and then took a larger inset connector, it looks so much worse, and it's backward. But it might be required. I might need inset connectors since regular connectors stick out just barely above the thing. Okay. Ease. Come on. No, why can you not just... Okay. Alright, let's try this from a different angle. Am I going to have to expand this? This is presenting me a very annoying challenge. Yeah, it just won't go. Fuck. Yeah, these are just too tight like this. All right. So that's not great. So this doesn't actually fit my cargo containers because my cargo containers just are too big. I really don't know what else to do about this problem. So I am going to need a half block in between. Which means either somehow giving myself a half block in the containers themselves, which I can't do, or elongating the gap in between these by an extra 2. And then is there any way I can do this with keeping the base 5? I don't think there is. God damn it. Just too big to make it. I hate that so much. Was there anything I can do besides adding an extra 5? On each of these pillars, making them... I don't know. Damn it. Would the extra 5 even do anything? Let me figure it out. I'll just make a use of a nice thing here. Just throw you down. I'm gonna have to go 30 in between points, so... And I'll have to see whether those can connect. If 30 can connect, then what I'll have to do is I'll have to extend each of these by 5 blocks, which likely means just, I don't know how we do that with keeping the look. And it means that all of my previous work now will have to be redone again. I really need to get a grinder ship. Oh, please don't do that. Connector. We'll use the regular connectors. We'll go this way by a decent amount. Sure. That should be more than plenty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Let's just see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 10. Well, then I'll do this. We'll pull in another one of these. We'll just, did I control X or control delete it? Control exit. Alright, so we'll just make the same modifications. These. Moving a panel or two. Adding in the extra engines. The good. Right, let's get this in between. Will you connect at this level? Will any of these... They won't show because I don't have the thing, but that looks pretty... pretty darn like a no. Okay, so I can do it like this. All right. And okay. If I make these stick out of block, so I move this in another 2. Would it be close enough then? If I disconnected and then moved it a little further out. Okay. Please let go. No. Okay, good. No, stop facing that direction. Pull this way a little bit more. I need to make sure somehow that this is about in the middle of these. All right. What I'd have to do is I'd have to widen those and then elongate the gap in between. All right. Good to know. Good to know I wasted so much time. So yeah, what I'm going to end up having to do is I'm going to have to break each of these in half, widen them, and then add an extra 5 block spacer. Which I don't think will be too difficult. How wide is this? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to cut this off, cut the middle out. That'll be much easier to do in space. So I'm gonna have to move this into space. All right, I will be right back, guys. I gotta use the restroom. Alright. I'm back. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go into space, and then I've got to basically chop the middles out of all of these. So, that middle 3, remove. This middle section, remove. This middle section, remove. But, in the meantime, I'm going to just grab this, Control C, and into space we go. It'll just be much easier to do into space so nothing falls on the ground and breaks. So. And then that'll all hopefully work out. Once we get that built, I think I'll probably take a small break while it gets built to get myself something to eat for a dinner, and then we will continue. So, yeah, that'll be nice. Good. Just continue going up. Surprised how long I'm going up for, considering usually I'd reach at least the change in the gravity field by now. Hey, unidentified signals. Woot, 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 woot. I was heading at a significant angle. Good enough. Yeah. That's why I was heading way at an angle, not directly up. Good. We'll get into space. We'll break it into the 3 parts or the 4 parts. Do whatever changes. I think what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to remove one of the spacer blocks, so there'll only be a 1-block spacer. It'll be the middle piece, middle 2 of those middle media or modulars, then a spacing piece, then among other cargo, and then return to the kind of core branching area, and yeah. So we'll have to just do that, do a little bit of changes to the way that the interior looks, but that'll be fine. I think it'll work pretty well, though. And then that should provide me the gap that I need. The other thing will be moving those connectors out 1 block each, or maybe even 2 blocks each, depending on how things go with the 1 block. But yeah, and then we'll be able to have all the cargo stuff working. And yeah, this is just great. Also, I can build what is essentially going to end up being a fairly decent cargo container ship. I mean, I'm hoping to maybe get 3 or 4 ships like that to be able to travel up into space to maybe larger cargoes and all sorts of other stuff. I got a lot of plans, and a lot of the plans will require quite a lot of effort. But hopefully we can make them work. The in-space stuff will just mostly be set up for, going to point A to point B kind of stuff, but can't wait till I can get into space, get a nice station running. That'll be great. Biggest downside with doing stations is that you've got to get your core built that can then be upgraded upon without making the station unusable by the player. So that'll be fun. But yeah, we're almost into space. Yay. Alright, good enough. Good enough. Alright. Alrighty. P gravity of 10. Really wish that I had done this better. Because, yeah, it's about 35 to space. Which is really annoying. Or is it closer to 40 to space? It might be closer to 40 to space. So that's what? 5 or so minutes to get into space? 5 minutes out of space? 5 minutes into space? That's annoying. Especially because 90% of this trip has to be done with hydrogen. I'd say maybe at best 2/3 have to be done with either with combination hydrogens or that. Or you've got to have enough standard thrust to make it into space without any issues. Yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Hydrogen thrust will definitely be a necessity to get the ship into space. Yeah. Definitely about 40 kilometers into space. What? That's not what I wanted. Frick, that's not what I wanted either. Buttons. Alright. Now I'm just gonna come over here. We just remove that, and then we've just got to remove basically that, and then that. Do the same thing over here. And then delete this intersection. And then I've got to do that with all of... We'll delete, yes. Does that mean that this is in all the chunks? It is in all the chunks. Good. And now what I've got to do is I've got to move these chunks a bit further out. So, Control X. Control V. A little above it. And then do over here. Control X. Control V. Alright. And then I just am going to do this. Where is this one's cargo? There it is. So the center space will be this. One cargo, dual cargo. And then I've got to do that on this side. And then it should allow me to take right this position. Like U, Control C. Why? Oh, because I am too close. believe that's right. Good. And then I need to do the same thing with the cargo containers on this side, and then I can bring everything back as one, and I should be able to have everything counted correctly. So I should be able to go here, Control C. And there we go. Do the same thing over here. Control C. And that's good. I'll just quickly make sure that the count between these is now 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yep, it's 30. Perfect. So that's made the gaps correct. Now all I gotta do is go take you, end up rowing the blocks like that. And we'll do that on this side as well. And all these got to be done individually, of course. Which, this isn't half bad. It does mean that I can make everything work. Perfect. Oh, that's not done yet. And then finally you. Add this. The elongation does now mean that the inner diameter is 6s, which will make it an interesting scenario to deal with, but I'm going to remove all these, then we're going to use the other thing. Do you, 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 do 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 do. So it'll be 7 in between, which this will make it an interesting scenario at least. I hope that this allows for the connection on both ends, though I may have to bring it in just one more block, making these the very ends, which I don't really want to do, but I can do. Alright. And now if I do that, we're just going to go do this. F10. Argo. And we'll just move you a little further up. And then I'm going to grab a F10, a minor, any of this minor should do fine. And then I'll just quite simply remember to this. The wonderful stabilization mechanism. Good. I just realized that I should really... I need to give this thing thrusters very quickly. Ion. Give me ion thrusters. Okay. Now that will try to keep itself stable. Whoa. Oh, I'm still way too high. Okay. Still too high, and I need to rotate a little more that way. So these need to go a little bit further down. And still needs a little more rotation. Okay. Alright, so I will, in fact, still need to bring these in the extra block just so then this will connect how I want it to. That's nice. Alright, so what I'm gonna have to do is freaking cannot believe this. I'll make sure that this does do what I want it to for doing this to everything, but perfect. It did it. Yep, so I just need to elongate these by an extra 2 on each side, leaving that extra half block on that. It doesn't look half bad doing it like that, and this center section does actually leave a block gap, which I did not intend. Which I don't know why it does that. This isn't... I'm going to absolutely hate it if I build this fully, put it in a world, to find out that these are one too long. Please don't tell me that's the case. This would be 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's right. There's only 4 blocks from that point. Right. Perfect. Because, yeah, it's 11 wide. That's right. Now I remember. Okay. So I just need to elongate all of these by that extra amount. Please let me just rip it out of it. No, it's not going to. I'm going to have to delete that. We'll move our little tug out the way. Good. And we just are going to remove all of these, then. And then we've got to deal with all the rest of it. This is going to end up meaning that the entire ship is going to end up being so big. Right. I got rid of, but now I need to fill in. This really does suck quite a bit. We're just going to do that. This makes everything a lot larger than it needed to be. It's awesome, but it is so much larger than it needed to be. Oh well. I have preferences and design ideas that we're going with, and so that means that these are going to be solid chunks of metal holding on to these because oh well. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to basically cut the entire thing down, add a projector, and do it. We made 90% of this in survival, but we just couldn't finish it in survival because the game's details told me no, you may not do that. Oh, and it's missing a ladder. Do I have ladders? I do not have ladders as one of my blocks. Boom. Now everything's all connected. Everything's got the ladders right. Yup. Alright. Then I'm going to have to somehow figure out how I want to handle these. Do I have any of the blocks that I used to make this? Yes, and they're all in the same one. Thank you. Okay, so I can do this. And that'll still work. So I can still do exactly what I had done previously. That's good. I just need to do it with one extra thing and with a little less gap between the two. Does mean that I will have to find a new block to put in between that. Alright, now we just do you. I am just going to use the full beam, or do we want to go? No, we'll just go standard beam. Standard beam, where is the one that I wanted? There it is. And then we gotta add this to every single one of them. Oh wait, why don't I... M... Really? I cannot put this in the middle of these two. Okay, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add in the middle beam block. The full beam block. Add that in, and then use that, because this should allow me to place that one right down the center. Good. And now I just need to do it, at least on these ends, once. So, remove the entire bottom section on these. Now they're clean. This will cut down on the time I am wasting for quite an amount of time. Thank you. And this gets placed 3 times over. Boom. Boom. You and you. Beam block. Add. I guess I can add the thing. I don't know where would be a good spot to add in the... I guess right here would be a spot where I could add the beacon instead. So we'd have 3 sets of beacons instead of the 2. That, or, yeah, maybe do the beacon in between and here. Yeah, that'll be good. Let's go down to the half block. Alrighty. And then, yeah, we'll add 1 there, 1 there. Dual, 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 dual. I don't know what'll go there just yet, but I do know what I will put right here. Does this have beacons on the map? Beacon, 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 no beacon. Beacon. Which will go right down the center of everything. Yay. Alright. I also don't believe I saw any blast doors. Good. And now we just need to find something to go in that 1 block gap right here. What would go well in a 1x1 gap? Actually, now that I think about it, if I did... Oh, the searchlight would have to be connected to either top or bottom. I had hoped. What other blocks or 1x1 small grid that would work very well there? Interior light, maybe? Yeah, I could do an interior light, dual light. So I can do corner lights right there. Perfect. And then I just need to, on the underside... We'll just add, like that. Not the floodlight, the corner. Perfect. Yeah, I think that looks good. Oh, it is not the same on this side. It did not add the beacons on this side for some reason. Should have added on that. Yep, good. But everything else is there, so I think that looks pretty good. We just need to do that over here. Perfect. And then we just make use of these. Boom, add you, and then we just add you. I only need to do this about a third the time, which is so good. And then we just need to go all the way back over to 9. And then what did I add in that gap? I added these in that gap. And then I added in perfect. It is now exactly how I wanted it. Jesus. It is huge. All right, and then I'm just going to quickly on either end throw you. You. And now the barge has that. And so now if I go V is the tug, F10. Cargo. And then I'm just gonna get into this. And then go Where is the large mag plate? Switch lock. And then I also need to remember to turn off auto lock on the mag plate. Actually, no, we'll want auto lock on. And then I just need to do this. This is probably the easiest way to do this. Just V, then we just need to get U into the hole. Oh, I am... Boom. And then I just do that. F, V. Okay. Perfect. Good. This is so cool. Oh. Wait. No. No, that's not right. Okay. Oh, good. Stream's back finally. That's nice. Now I'm just gonna come over here, go Control V, Control V, V. Do that. Control V. Place U, Control V, place U. They're all moving. Dang it. Control V. Come to a complete stop. Control V. Come to a complete stop. And then this can be used. And then we just come over here. That's great. I assume that I need to check on the YouTube stream soon, so I'll put these into position. Perfect. And then we just come over here, grab you, do the same thing. V. V. Good. V. And then we just need to put this last one in place. V. Perfect. Okay. And then I'm going to come over here. grab all of my connectors and rename them. Because it's important to do this. We'll call it the Cradle Connect. Oh, Connect. Cradle connectors. Save. Cradle connectors not used for parking. Lock. Oh, this is so good. Just imagine the whole ship just flying around with that underneath it. Beautiful. So pleased. Okay. And now in this state, this is when I'm going to, not this one. I need to remove the engines from this version. Removed it from the other side. Good. And now I'm going to come over here. We're going to Control C. F10. Cargo. I should have modular cargo cradle replace. And then take screenshot. Perfect. And then I just need to Control delete everything else. And now we have our modulars. I have my lines for which I can just split and add. Voila! Alright. Now I gotta go make sure that all my stream stuff's running, so I will be really ready doing that. Refreshing you. Going to you. Ah, that's not good. Okay. How long has this one been? What? Okay, I need to check something real quick. What the? Oh, I know why. I'm an idiot. Okay. Oh. Okay, the YouTube side is still live. Okay. Okay. YouTube side is still live. That's good. That's exactly what I wanted. All right. And now, Control, Alt. I need to press Control. And now the cargo cradle has been completed. So now I just need to go back into the world, deconstruct what I've made in the world, which I hate, and then once that's all scrapped down, I get the wonderful privilege of rebuilding that. Okay. Holy sh... Save, yes. Oh. I am so worn out because of that. Okay, load game. Alright. You know what? We'll get it set up in the survival world. Tired. Also tired. How long was that anyway? 6 individual blocks on the inside, so 6 times 3, 18 was 4. That's 22 blocks long, which means that's 41 meters long. Or 44 meters long. Not 41. Alright. Oh boy. Alright. Woo. This has really worn me out, man. Ooh. I didn't expect to spend 5.5 hours on just making that cradle piece. I figured it would be more like maybe 10, 15. Not 10, 15 minutes, but maybe like I figured I'd be able to get some of the ship itself up and running by this time. So this is rather quite something, I'd say. Bum 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 bum. Dun, 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 ba, ba, da, ba, dum, 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 ba, ba, dum, ba, dum, ba, ba, dum, ba, 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 dum, ba, ba, dum, ba, ba, dum, ba, ba, dum. All right. Okay. So now I got to get rid of all of this. Because absolutely none of it can go. Is there any way I could not that I know of. All right. Black. Now we gotta just get rid of it all. Repaint the entire thing. There's no way for me to paint more than one at a time. So I'm just going to give a large swath of this black. And then we're going to put in the new one. This is quite the process. Each of these stupid little blocks has to be ground down just so I can add in my blueprint. I'm going to need a lot more paint. So much more paint. I've almost used 600 paint on just this edge alone. This is nearly 200 paint. It's all gotta be painted black. None of this can stay. Absolutely none of it. It's annoying. And then we'll come over to this side and we'll... I had nearly 700 paint before this. This is ridiculous. I'll probably turn it on and make some more paint in a second, because... yeah. That's that. And now for this section, which again all has to be completely... we'll run out of paint, and then once we're out of paint, then I'll just start telling the things to start destroying. Because there's just... yeah, because I had to upgrade the size on the thing, I can't do what I had planned to do, which was just lob off the edges. I have to get rid of most, if not all, of basically the entire thing. Good. Even the one that's actually been made properly has to be gotten rid of, though it is very nice looking. All the blocks. I'm going to use the paint to go paint the blocks. So yeah, we got to get rid of everything not of the block color until I'm out of paint. Good. We can't get the inner ones, so now we just work on grabbing all of these. There's more than enough blocks here to wear out the entire list, so... alright. We're gonna go production. I want a lot of paint. Good. And you know what? We'll at least finish just getting rid of it. I want to repaint the entire thing. Black is to get rid of. So we'll get rid of all of this. some stuff will be still in place because I'm just going to end up missing it, but that's fine. All of it goes. And I have enough paint to actually paint the entire thing black. Good, just color everything. I really do wish that there was a quicker way to do this. But unlike in creative, there's no bulk paint. So I just gotta do it all manually. Good, just paint it all, just get rid of it. Everything will disappear. And whatever doesn't disappear, we get to paint afterward and make sure it goes. Or whatever couple of blocks end up sneaking past me and the sheer amount of getting rid of we are doing. Because the entire thing can't stay, which really is annoying. But benefits of using this method, once all this is gone, it'll be 90% of the resources for the new version of it. So just paint it all, paint it all, paint it all. There's going to be so much of this that's just going to end up being just lying on the ground of internals. That's the benefit of this fact that this is 90% not internals. So I can just do this. And most of this thing will disappear. That'll be left to the dregs for the rest. Alright, boom. All this goes. Let's just try to make sure 90% of this is colored so it can be removed. Just need to remove all this. This is such an annoying thing. An extra 500 to remove all the remainder of this. That's how much this is going to end up costing me. 500? Really? Alright. It's time now to go to these machines. Blaze, good. Off. We'll just make sure that they're all Not on. Good. Grind. Use grind. Or use work color. Yes, that's the black color. Activate. And they are just going to strip the entire thing. Everything I painted that black color will be stripped away. Oh, it just cut it off, that's why. Wow, I missed quite a chunk, apparently. Oh, do not paint the ground. This is dangerous. I'm gonna get myself ground down. Alright. Oh, goody. It just cut the entire back end off. There's a handful of these. Uh-oh. Default gray. Back to the black. I do not want to do that, so we'll just... Good. Ow. Some more of that gets colored. As it just slowly removes the entire thing. The thing with the armor blocks is it only takes a couple seconds to get rid of them. Yay. Good. We'll just kind of stay with those few blocks. There's another couple over here. Ow. Just remove. 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 Good. Good. I'm so glad it didn't fall on that. That would have been bad. Alright, now I'm just going to let that finish. Add in the blueprints. Which does mean I'm going to need a projector. And a... control panel. This is very useful to just be able to kind of tell it to just get rid of a chunk. As long as it's painted, it works. Ow. And I think that's it. I think I've gotten rid of the entire thing. And now I just need to come over here. And we need to go, where is... battery. Do not paint it in black. One small battery. Then I need a projector. And where is the control panel stuff? Where is that? Oh, there it is. 8. Oh, good, and that's facing the right direction. Projector, blueprints, cargo. Yeah, that's fine. Horizontal. Horizontal is not necessary. Vertical needs to be negative. And then we need a little bit of horizontal. Where is a full block on the bottom? I guess in the middle of any of these, so we need to move it. Offset it to the center. Is that the right height? That is the right height, and then we just need to move it either forward or backward. Oh, that would allow that to be built. Nice. Okay, and that would be the easiest way to do that. Good. And now everything's clear. Yes. This is so much bigger than I thought it was going to end up being. And I'm just going to come over here. Tell all 3 of these turrets to turn off, deactivate, do not track targets. And then we will turn it on, activate, track target. And now that will do that. I do need to do one thing real quick, so 1 second. There we go. Alright. And now that will be built. And then I just have to manage to build or assemble the the cargo containers in the right locations. But that's for a different time. Oh. Okay. Oh god. I need to get myself something to eat, so I think I will I am going to put my guy in a cockpit. Use F8. Whoa. Alright, and then we'll just keep that on track, and then I will be right back. I do need to do one thing real quick, so we'll do that first. On my computer. There we go. Now everything should be able to run perfectly smoothly for the next probably minute or 2 while I get myself something to eat. All right. How are we doing? All right. So probably take me, I'm gonna say 10 or so minutes. I really need to get a countdown. I need to remember to get a countdown. But all right. While that continues, I will be right back. I'm just gonna continue cooking my food. Man, I really I made this so much larger than it needed to be. This is gonna be ridiculous when I get the rest of the ship. Because the thing is in front of that's going to probably be another 4 or 5 large blocks. So this thing's gonna end up like 50, 60 meters long. And probably close to maybe, I'm gonna say 20 to 30 meters wide. And it's all going to be made out of small blocks because I made a mistake. It's ridiculous. Uh, Although I think we'll leave the building of the actual ship itself for later. I might maybe try to frame it out, at least part of it out, but yeah. We're going to move over to Socom after I do that. So maybe around in an hour or so, we'll move over to, I think, Socom. So yeah. I need to go continue checking up on my food, make sure I don't burn it. All right. Now it'll be just another, I'm going to say maybe two. Did I do that in 5 minutes? Really? That can't be right. Hmm. Yeah, I ended up cooking some chicken. So, chicken and and in less than apparently about probably 10 minutes, I cooked enough chicken for dinner. Which is pretty ridiculous. But this is almost done. Means we'll be able to get on and start building the bigger ship. Given the scale of this ship, I might even be able to get some form of shuttle deck on top of it. Or like an open mouth hangar, which would be pretty ridiculous. Small grade ship with an open mouth hangar. Ridiculous. Good. 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 All right. Uh, uh, yeah, I think on depending on how things go, I think the Saturday stream might end up being a 3D modeling stream, though that may change. Yeah, that is the current plan at least. Uh, is it to either be a 3D modeling stream or more Roadcraft? Because honestly, I am absolutely loving Roadcraft. Yeah. Good. About finished, and then we will. Hmm. Hmm. That may be. That chicken may have gone bad. I really hope not. I'll be right back, guys. I'm just gonna go grab the rest of the food. Surprised I was able to do that in the amount of time that it took for that to occur. I expected that to be way quicker. Come on. Okay. That should be fine. Alright. Perfect. I somehow managed to get a full thing of food in about 11 minutes. Way quicker than I thought I could have. Do I have all the blocks I need? What are you missing? I don't know if I have all the interior plates I needed. We'll call forth a bunch of interior plates. If these things finish now, then I'll know that I had been waiting on interior plates when I really didn't need to. Yep. Alright, and now they're done. Finished. Hmm. Ooh. There we go. It's done. With its grand length of, I'm gonna have to check. But oh wow. That's perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. As I suggested, it would be 22 blocks. Holy. That is huge. That is absolutely ridiculous in scale. He's 22 blocks in length, with 3 of them. All right. Oof. This is ridiculous. So do I get to place the merge block on top of it like this? I do get to do that. Good. So now I get to place these right how I wanted them to be. I'll leave the connectors set alone for now. This is ridiculously stupid. Okay. And now I'm going to go 1 block up. So we'll grab 1 block further up it. And then we're going to use this 3 wide thing, and we're going to use this to connect all of the top ship. And that will be quite a significant part of this. I honestly have no idea what it's going to take to weld this. Like, I don't know what these would line up into the bottom of the ship, while the rest of the ship would go outside of it, which is rather ridiculous. This is just stupid. It just is. Up, and we're gone again. And we're back up. I really don't know what's been going on with Twitch recently, but that's been happening a lot more, and I'd really like it to not. Yeah, the stream just keeps dying and then coming back. I'd like it to not do that, please. And not have a stream just die on me. Why am I putting that there? That's the dumbest place to put that. We need to do it this way. This is just so ridiculous. 60 meters with about 2.5 small blocks per meter. This is almost 100 blocks long. And it's just stupid. It's just so stupid. Oh, wait a second. Yeah. On top is right. This is the right location for this. Because the cargo containers, even if they do have some level of adjustment, that shouldn't matter. Okay. And then we gotta just continue this all the way down. Which is just, again, ridiculous that this thing is this large. And then we just go across. And this isn't even the fullness of it. This thing's going to need probably, I'm going to assume probably like 100 or so, because with these cargo containers, these are going to need a lot of thrust. This thing's going to need a lot of fuel. So much fuel. It is ridiculous, this thing. I love it. And also hate it, but, you know, that's the way these things go. Trying to paint this thing will also be a really big pain in the rear end. This is a... I don't know why I've done this. And I've just realized this thing's gonna end up bigger than the freaking large block craft I made. That was not the intent when I built this. I did not intend for this to be this big. And this is just to hold the cargo containers, let alone any of the rest of this thing. Oh, I have made many a poor choices today. Oh, this is ridiculous. Ah, that's not good.
Fuel critical.
Yeah, this is really not great. Hydrogen. Into 10. Alright. This is ridiculously stupid. Oh, Lord. Well, It'll be great when I finally publish this to the workshop, but that'll be probably in about, I'm going to say, given the scale of this, probably 2 to 3 months. Mm. All right. And I'm out of steel plate. That's going to happen quite a lot because this thing's huge and that's really bad. This thing's ridiculously stupid in size. Oh. That's nice of it. Not bring me back to the stream. Alright. This is just so ridiculous. I love it, but it's ridiculous. I'm gonna have to run some tests actually in probably creative just to figure out how many thrusters I need just to move the thing. Oh, this is ridiculous. The ship on its own would be ridiculous. The ship with these cargo containers is just stupid. So lovely and stupid. Trying to get weapons on this thing is going to be absolutely a nightmare, though. I'll definitely probably need the expanded custom turret range mod. One of them. I think there's multiple. Oh, God. And then we just get to go do this. Perfect. And then we can just go onto this side and... I want to leave a lot of the bottom of this ship like this. With kind of this grid pattern over it. Mostly because that will allow me a nicer top layer. Just need to get rid of everything that's not this. Ridiculous. All right. This is really something stupid. Oh, Lord. Yeah, if I come up to here and then climb up, I think one more block and then I'll be able to, Good. So without this, how do I end up? I end up right where I want to be. Perfect. And then I need to add in another edge layer on the entire thing. This is going to take so long to paint, but it'll be great. Can't wait to end up going into creative later and creating the entire thing. Just all of this. Ridiculously stupid to build this scale, but yeah, I will need to build basically a massive box and all the details for a what is it called? Yes. I really don't know how I'm gonna end up with this right. Oh boy. I'm doing all this just so I can add the blocks so then I can go around the thing. This is just stupid. I'm getting very much aware that I have done something I really shouldn't have done this game, but it is awesome and it is going to be really stupid. But I'm not going to like trying to shape this. I think I might do this partially off camera at some points. Just so then you guys don't have to see the tediousness of doing this. Because I'm going to need to do this every single block, basically, besides the interior. And I don't even know how that's going to look. Ridiculously stupid. All right. And then we get to do this. Across the entire side. One way, back the other. To add the angles, where I will then add in some adjustments later on, but this is going to be really hard to make look good. Adding freaking guns to this thing will be even more difficult, but can't wait to make the freaking carrier version of this thing, where it just houses inside of it like 30 small ships. That's the amount of like interior space I've got on this thing. Ridiculous. Oh boy. Boy, this is such a challenge to do. Oh, that's already there, my bad. Alright, we're almost getting to the layer where I'll start going further out so I can add in like the probably 300 engines this thing's gonna need to lift off. Because the way that this vehicle is going to work is that kind of like a Gazanti where you have that like main cab in the front. We're gonna do that, and then it's going to go a little further out. The only difference is that this is probably 20 times as large as it needs to be. And it will be designed entirely for in-atmosphere flight. So I think about the scale of this thing. I'm gonna have to learn myself some information about frickin' how much a small grid thruster can lift. Oh boy. Boom, 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 boom. I can only imagine how long this is going to take when it finally, when it finally is able to get ready to fly. I'm gonna love it. Absolutely stupid, this thing. I'm definitely gonna probably, when I finish off this section and then making the... I think what I'm gonna try to do tonight is I'm going to try to get the outline of the outer wing piece. Somehow, I'm going to try to make that work. This thing is going to have such a flat bottom. I'm going to have to do so much to make that not look horrible. Bum bum ba ba bum ba da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba. Do 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 do. Oh, I so badly wish I could just play some certain music right now, but it is copyright right, and I am not allowed to play that yet. I was gonna ask for it, but probably. All right, this quite the. All right, this. This uses way too much of this. He uses way too many steel plates. Jeez. Okay. And I am going to need to extend this back end by 1 block. At a minimum. We're still only operating in the frickin' space that it gave me when I designed this stupid thing. This is ridiculous. I need more steel plates. Oh, God. Okay, I'm going to need... How many steel plates and how long does it take me to run through them? Oy. Alright. So I currently have 976. Alright. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is we're going to kind of go slightly inward. So we're going to give him a probably... We're going to give them that amount of space. So let me just make that amount of space. And then we're going to... I'll need to add a door. Now, because this is a small grid, we only have options of 2 doors. Center line and, not the center lying door. And we're going to take the non-center lying door and we're going to go... If we put this right here, how bad will that be when I come up the ladder? Because I've got to think about how this is when you come up here without having the ladder open. Okay, not bad. I think I'm going to push it by 1 more block. Which does, in fact, mean that this... Where is the doors? Number 9. And I think we're going to go with these doors. And back that block. So when you land on here, you'll have a 3-block gap. So what you're going to do is you're going to have the door here. Then you're going to be able to walk down the entire outside of the ship. And so I'm just going to end up needing to cover this. There's the 3 blocks with the door. Good. And we're just going to do that on every single one of these. Let's make sure this is wide enough. These entrances are just huge. This is ridiculous. Let me... This. Good. That. Let me first stop flying so that I can actually save that. I'm just mixing up the veggies that I got myself for my thing because I forgot about eating some of those veggies. And I want veggies. Alright. Alrighty. This is ridiculous. It just is. And then I gotta do this one further forward. Oh, so then we have entrances and exits to the one ship that I'm building, which really has no reason to exist other than I wanted to try it. I regret it, but I decided, so now I get to deal with it. The real fun will come when everything else is done. Where we get to go repeat the same process. 1, 2. I think it was that many. And this is just so stupid. And we're just gonna come over here and plant you there. Over here, plant you there. Over here, plant you there. This is... It's so stupid, I love it. Because this is even the highest part of the ship. We're gonna end up having, this is gonna end up with like a 2-story height, so the main part will be this, where we'll have probably, I'm gonna say, this right about halfway will probably be, well, actually, I think the wings will probably, ooh, how do I want to attach the wings now that I think about it? I guess the wings will probably be 5 block high, so they'll probably have some amount that covers up the doors. Again, it's really annoying. Wow, it's really gone this time. Up, we're back. Hate it so much. Okay, so let's add in the wing piece. This is ridiculously scaled. And then, yeah, what I'll probably have is we'll probably have the thrusters, and the wings will probably be about 4 or 5 high to allow the large thrusters that will be required to move this thing. We'll also try somewhat to decorate the wings, but again, this is the size of just the, like, this is about 90% of the body, but there'll still be like an extra 10% on the outside of the stupid thing. It's ridiculously large. I love it, but it's huge. Alright. I would absolutely love being able to put a door above these, but I don't think that'll work. I mean, I'll try it, but I don't know if you'll be able to pass through the door. Yeah, we'll probably have a door on its side, so the scale of this thing just is a little more hidden. Bum 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 bum. This is a stupid size. for any project to be. This is just so stupid of a size for this to be. Okay. Oh, lovely. It won't let me put it like that. This would have to be, if I wanted to put it, I need to throw a level of blocks up here. So we'll just do that on all these edges, then we'll add the doors, and then we'll finish off the passageway. And we will finish the final stages of, I think we'll make this part of it, so. And yeah, on the middle of the back, I think is probably where I'm going to end up throwing the interior cargo bay. So you can, park a thing there. I think trying to create a ramp for this will be ridiculous, but I want to try it. I very much want to try to manage to create this, so then it will be entirely basically survival ready. Just click you there. And do that for all of these. Just click you there. Click you there. And now these will be indented into the roof. But yeah, it's ridiculous size. This is just stupid. But yeah, the idea would basically be that you'd kind of come up here, you'd be in between these three, and that everything would kind of show up more or less. All right, so you'd enter the major part of the ship right over here. And considering how much space I'm going to have for this, I'm tempted to allow for you to be able to fly in through here, right, like this, and then land your ship, like, over here somewhere. And I'd be able to land ships into it, and then maybe at the very front and very back have a access hatch. And then, yeah. And so you'd have that, which does mean that I'm going to need to extend this by a substantial amount. Oh boy. The other thing I've got to do is I've got to encase all of these rooms, because these are going to be the each of these ports will be this is how you get in and out of the ship. Is through these doors right here. And so we gotta seal the entire doorway. And each of these will probably be separate, I'm gonna say. Though I may add the other doors so you can get into the other entrances to the ship. But probably not. And then we just seal these. That's not where I want that. Get rid of it. Alright, and it is roughly time for me to move over to Socom, so I think I will finish adding in these covers to the doors. And then we'll move over to Socom. Now, I don't know if I have the controls set up in a reasonable manner, so could be a problem for that, but who knows? Yeah, we just need to seal the rooms off. This is stupid. I just can't with this room. This is just stupid. All right, remove you. Add in all of the rest of this stupidness. And we'll have airtight compartments. 8 of these stupid things. Oh, I am regretting previous choices. But I'm also deciding, you know what? 4 choices were meant to be made. Time to do it. Boom, 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 boom. All right. And then we just seal this. And that's that room sealed. Time to seal this room. We're now 2 out of 8 done. Woohoo! And then we'll play probably 2.5 or 1.5 to 2.5 hours of yeah. We're doing 1.5 to 2 hours of Socom. And then that'll be the end of the stream at that point. Boom, 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 boom. This is a ridiculously stupid idea, and I love it immensely. We could probably make this a little smaller of the room, but we'll deal with it later. When I actually start trying to use it, we'll see whether this is too large of a room to use. Not that it necessarily matters that much, because the thing is absolutely massive. There's 3 done. Just ridiculous. I don't know what else to say about this besides just ridiculous. It's stupid to do this. I love it, but it's stupid. Just boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, and then we just need to come over here. Man, this is just ridiculous. I just love it.
Energy low.
I know energy is low, but we're almost done. As long as the energy can last me building another 4 of these, we'll be fine. I need more freaking steel plates. Okay. I am going to need to grab and start making way more steel plates soon. Alright. This is just... It is just a very stupid design. I love it. Boom, 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 boom.
Energy
boom,
critical.
boom. Good. Wall 1 is made. What's great about this is that this is probably going to be on the inner side of the thing. Like, this is not going to be exterior blocks. This will be interior blocks. Right, I will need to recharge. That'll suck. But I'll finish this one, recharge, then we'll build the last 3. Then I will call that the end of the stream. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Yeah, this thing will carry like decent scale miners in it and all that other fun stuff, so. All right. I think I've discovered that the fastest way to do this is to use the kind of 6 long strat of just and then we just do the one more just because, and then we just continue this. And then we come over to here, add in the final blocks. Good. Repeat the same process. And then we just do. Oh, this is such a stupid design. Then we'll just add that. And boom. That one's done. I just need to get rid of the mistake block. Okay. Just 2 more, and then we'll move on to Socom. And I do think I'll probably leave these kind of sticking out like they are from most of the rest of the wing. Just because I think it'll look cool, but... And then we'll just finish this off. And move on. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Bum 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 bum. Boom. And we just add in the final few blocks. This is so much quicker now. I would never do this if I didn't have something to weld this up with. And even then, I may not end up actually finishing this because, oh God. This is huge. I love it, but it is so large, it's ridiculous. Just absolutely ridiculous. And it can't even be used in survival for all of the things you need it to do until you get Factorum. Like, I'm going to end up needing to get to Factorum before I finish this thing's full setup, because that's just what's going to be required of this stupid thing. Please put the block where I want it. Yes. Boom. And then we just finally add the top, and that will do for Space Engineers today. Alrighty. I do need to double check on whether or not the YouTube stream's still running. So I'll do that in the interim while I get not Factorum, yeah, get that all running. So now we have this. You can go in here. I just realized that there's going to be no ability for gravity generators on this thing at all. Oh well. It's time to move on to Socom. Alright. Let me just do this. Oh, lovely. I have no idea which one I have for Socom. Which one do I have? Ah, combined assault. I have combined assault. Okay. Perfect. And we'll just remove that and that. There we go. So that should have. There we go. Alright. Okay. Probably move that at some point, but I can give it a try for now. Okay, I don't have any of the mappings done, do I? Okay. Oh lord, this is gonna be fun. Oh lord. Oh, that's very useful to know. Okay, oh lord. Okay. If I exit back out of settings, and I do this. There we go. Okay. And then we'll do that. For interactive. Interesting. That's pretty cool. Very cool. That's really cool.